Hi, good morning. Sorry, I couldn't find the unmute button.
And Councilman Lane is on now too, Mayor, so we got everybody.
Wonderful. We're going to go ahead and convene then. Madam Deputy Clerk, will you please read the heading from the governor's office, and then we'll continue on to our actual agenda heading.
Yes, sir. In accordance with the order of the Office of the Governor issued March 16th, 2020, the Lamarck City Council will conduct budget workshops beginning this morning at 10:30 a.m., July 27, 2020, until adjourned. We'll resume again on Tuesday, July 28th, 2020, beginning at 10:30 a.m. until adjourned, and finally resuming again on Thursday, July 30th, 2020, beginning at 10:30 a.m. until adjourned, by telephone and video conference via Zoom, in order to advance the public health goal of limiting face-to-face meetings to slow the spread of coronavirus, also known as COVID-19.
Thank you. And if you'll continue on until you get to the City of Lamarck budget workshop agenda and read that heading, and then I'll call the meeting to order, although I see Charlene in my driveway dropping off my actual printed copy, but go right ahead, please, ma'am. That was efficient.
The public will be permitted to offer public comments telephonically as provided by the mayor. As permitted by the mayor during the meeting. A reading of the meeting will be made and be available to the public in accordance with the Open Meeting Act upon request. If any of the public decides they would like to participate in the meeting, they can definitely contact the city clerk's office.
Yes, ma'am. Can you move down further where it says City of Lamarck City Council Budget Workshop Agenda?
Yes. Okay. So first we're gonna call City of Lamarck City Budget notice is hereby. The notice, is that the part you need?
Notice is hereby given that the city.
Yes, notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarck, Texas will conduct budget workshops beginning at 10:30 a.m. on Monday, July 27th until adjourned, resuming on Tuesday, July 28th, resuming again on Thursday, July 30th until adjourned, for the purpose of considering the following agenda, where I need you to go ahead and call the meeting to order.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I will call the meeting to order, and if you'll please call the roll, beginning with District A.
Yes, sir. Looking for Councilman Bell in District A.
Present.
Councilman Lane in District B.
Present.
Councilman Mitchell in District C.
Here.
And Councilmember McCullough from District D.
Present.
Mayor is present as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and everybody else who's joined us this morning, and welcome to our 2020 budget workshop first meeting. Mayor, to start off with this morning, as we did last year, we're going to start off with some presentations on some items, different items that we have. Some are for learning purposes, and some are for clarification purposes, just so council can be kept up to date on some of the stuff and know where some of these items are at current stages. We're going to start off this morning with an update from Waste Management. We have Ms. Shannon Lopez on the Zoom with us. She graciously agreed to appear this morning and tell us what's going on with Waste Management. So, Ms. Lopez, it's all yours.
Before you do that, Tink, point of order, Mayor Hocking.
Yes.
Before we get into this, how are you going to preside over breaks? We're at home. Are we drifting in and out of the meeting? Should we tell you, or will we have scheduled and assigned breaks? Just want to make sure that go ahead.
Yes, sir. I think if your screen goes black and you're muted, you're on a short break, and feel free to take those, or
okay,
raise your hand and then go to dark. And then, of course, we'll break for lunch at 12:30.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ms. Lopez.
Ms. Lopez.
So good morning, Mayor and Council. and
Right.
staff. Thank you for having me. And, this has been interesting times for all of us. I look back on March when I was sending out an email to let you guys know that we were changing our call center and moving our call center folks to work at home. And so there was a time that we had to stop the call center, get everyone on board to work from home, and didn't think we would be sitting here in July and still have folks working from home, but we are, and we plan to continue probably for quite a while. So it's kind of changed how we've approached our business. We made an investment to put folks at home to keep them safe, and we have a big call center in Dallas, Phoenix, and in different areas. And to try to social distance those folks was just impossible. So as time has gone on in trying to make sure our operation to be able to, do the services that we provide for the city of Lamarque, recycling, garbage, bulk pickup, that was important to make sure our employees stay safe the whole time. And we're still doing that. So you can imagine the amount of waste with everyone being at home has increased over time. Stuff that we really didn't think about. We've prepared for hurricanes. We've dealt with hurricanes in the past, and, they're in one isolated location. This pandemic has affected us nationwide. So thinking that we have additional resources to pull in and drivers we can get from other areas is not the case in this pandemic. So we've had to kind of get creative. The good part about, Lamarque is for garbage and recycling being the automated, and keeping the driver safe has been tremendous help. Bulky pickup has been challenging. You could say that we've actually had to make sure that keeping the driver and the helpers socially distanced has been a challenge. We've had buses, vans, that we've actually carried helpers to actually assist with locations. So it's definitely put a challenge. I'm proud to say that we have not, and I continue to stress this, had to stop any services for any matters in any of our cities in Texas. So we've remained through the pandemic able to collect recycling, bulk, garbage, you name it. We're still working out there to make sure that that's all collected. I would say the big part of it is the volumes. So as folks are staying at home, all of those volumes are increasing. So if they're going to dinner, they're bringing it takeout, all of those volumes have definitely had an impact on the residential setting. And not only that, back in March and even early May, you're looking at folks who are at home looking for projects, from yard works to garages to attics. We've seen it all. So it's given, those folks opportunities to clean out their houses and other things that we really just didn't anticipate in the beginning, looking back at March, saying, this was going to continue on. So those have been a challenge. We've had to increase driver hours, of course. There's more trips to the landfill. And so we're seeing all those volumes. And that has probably been the biggest challenge for us, besides keeping our employees safe, because that's number one is, if they're not safe and we're not making sure that they don't get the virus in their work environment, and keeping them safe is definitely a big part of all of this. We had morning meetings where everyone was together in the past, and inside we've had to change all of that. So our morning meetings look a whole lot different, a smaller setting. Drivers are reporting in, they're staying outside, they're going to their vehicles. We're having small meetings around the vehicles. So it's definitely changed how that business approach has affected the employees. And so I really want to thank you for the patience. And I know in the beginning, giving you the news that, hey, we're transitioning to at home for our call center. And there was a few days that we couldn't answer those calls. They probably put a stress on your employees in the office, but it was the right thing to do looking back in March. And just, with volumes, our drivers are staying a little bit longer. So our timing is a little bit off in the communities. So before the pandemic, we could probably, just like, you get your mail about the same time every day. Garbage was typically picked up the same time. The pandemic, with the volumes, that has definitely changed. So we're trying to keep that schedule, but as many times as we need to get to the landfill a little bit sooner, that is having an impact on those timings. I do know in bulk pickup, just with the amount of volume, we've had to sometimes run an extra bulk truck on Saturdays to pick up, and we normally don't pick up bulk on Saturdays. So these are just things behind the scenes that we've just had to adapt and work through. It has, put a strain on, the cost of doing business for residential, as you can imagine, that, we just didn't prepare that a pandemic this size would actually impact us in those ways, of course, with volumes and things like that, that we're constantly measuring and looking at our operation to say, okay, before the pandemic, we were doing X amount of hours, tonnage was here. So between those driver hours and the tonnage, that's really been since March, the main pieces of our business that have really surprised us. And then looking in the future, we haven't seen where the volumes have totally like went and plateaued and said, okay, this might be the new volumes. So, we're trying to predict what we might see in the future as far as, is this a new volumes or is it going to go down eventually? And only time will tell. But that's really having the biggest impact. So when we look at going forward with the contract, starting in October per the contract, we have a 3% price increase for the residential and commercial. And so we're asking to send that price increase forward with the 3%. And so we're asking for your blessing in for the coming year, starting in October 1st, for the next year, the 3% price increase. Is there anyone that might have some questions or concerns that you might have?
I have a comment. I want to thank you for the great service, and 3% is a small price to pay for what you guys have done for the city of Lamarck. Just not to have complaints for the past few years has been a blessing. So I can't speak for the entire council, but I know that many of them feel the same way, that you've done a great job. And so thank you.
I appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you. And our guys and gals on those trucks have really stepped up, and through all of this, they're showing up, and they're working through it. So kudos to those folks out there.
Yep. Anyone else have questions or comments?
Sure. Hey, Shannon, and I'll reflect what the mayor has said. Your services have been great. But my question is, with the changes that has been going on here lately between our two governments of the U.S. and China, and so much of our recycle going to, have y'all seen any impacts of that on the recycling aspect? And two-part question, really, not only that, but anything local. With the price of oil being down, do you see any local buying of these recycled products dropping because price of oil has dropped, and it becomes cheaper to buy a new product rather than recycle? What do y'all see on that?
You're right. So back in, I would say probably 2018, we knew what China was, what the coming years, and with 2021 was the big year that they were getting out. So we made some big changes over these past couple of years to go completely domestic. So I believe a year ago we were 3% left with China. but now we're fully domestic. And so there are, I think India has a small part, but for the majority, we're completely domestic and we're not depending on China. So that's been a big shift. As you can imagine, with all the materials that people in supplies that people were buying over this pandemic, has really kind of, we're hoping will change that recycling aspect of it, because people are needing more of the plastics, aluminum, and all of that stuff just from all the purchases that were being made. So it's as important now to recycle as ever, but you're exactly right. The price of oil has a direct impact, especially on the plastics. So we've seen some commodities hold their own, and of course you're seeing some shift. But that's anything with the recycle market. Do we think that it'll ever be back to where it was, 5-6 years ago? Probably not. But it's in a better state than I could say probably 2 years ago, if that helps.
Well, I think it's important that everything we do, even personally, that we try to influence more recycled products.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
On to a more relevant question. This 3% increase that we're discussing, Tink, how do we see this absorbed in our budget? Are we passing this on to our customers? What's the plan? First of all, I support it, but I just want that to be clear for our citizens.
Yeah, it would be passed on. It would be added on to the utility bill, same as we did last year, per contract. Yes, it would be added onto the bill.
Gotcha. Just wanted to put that in the atmosphere. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Ms. Lopez?
I'll say one thing, Shanna, huge thanks to you guys at Waste Management. That is some really deftly handled management of a completely unprecedented situation. I'm really happy to hear that there was no cessation of operations anywhere in Texas. That's a pretty big thing to be proud of, I would say.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Personally, it's been, there's a whole lot more wine bottles in my recycling for the past several months. So I really appreciate timely pickup of that. So thank you.
Yes, I can vouch. That's been across the board, I think. and I would state this. I mean, as great as things have been, we know that this could change tomorrow. So we are monitoring the situation, but it's very fluid. So we're doing everything we can to try to keep the services, but we're watching it day by day to make sure that it doesn't have an impact. That we might have to go back to you guys and say, this is a change. We're not seeing that now, but I just want to put that out there that, sometimes these things are unpredictable, and we're doing everything that we can to avoid that. But I just wanted to make sure that was stated.
Any other questions or comments for Ms. Lopez?
You.
Well, seeing none, thank you for taking time to come and talk to the council this morning. And we will continue to stay in touch as this thing evolves and goes down the road, and whatever we can do to work better with you, just let us know. We'll make sure that we make it happen.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. You are free to go.
Thank y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, next thing on the presentation list for this morning is a discussion about our Gulf Coast Water Association status. And I'm going to try to get in here and find a document to share with you real quick. To talk about this, there's some stuff in here overall I want to go about, but I want to start on this one first. So we had last year in our budget, when we sat down and started going through the budget, one of the things we talked about was our contractual agreements with Gulf Coast Water Association, and we had Mr. Langford come in last year during the budget process to speak to you all about some things that they had coming up. And as part of our contract with the citizens last year, we incorporated into that a provision or a plan to secure up to 3 million gallons a day of additional water from Gulf Coast Water Association to meet our current needs and to meet our future growth. When we met last year, we talked about our allocations, and we talked about how I think it was 9 of the preceding 14 months prior to the time that we met, the city of Marque had exceeded its actual allocations. Our allocations are about 2.78 million gallons per day, and we have been exceeding that and been paying for overages. And the Gulf Coast plant was going through a re-rate, or had just finished a re-rate. And as part of that re-rate, about 7 million gallons a day was going to be made available for additional contracts. So after our meetings with council last year, and then after discussing this with Gulf Coast in depth, we decided to make a request to them for an additional 1 million gallons per day to cover our current needs and give us some room for future growth out of that 7 million of the re-rate. And then additionally, on top of that, they informed us that they had a new contract for some raw water that was going to be down the road, possibly in about 7 years. And they were going to allow for the purchase of some options towards that water at about 15. They estimate the cost at about $15,000 per year per option to hold that water until they could expand the facility and make that raw water treated water where it was available for use. So based on our conversations last year and what we decided to do, we put in a request for an additional million immediately, and then put in a request for 2 of those 1 million gallon per day options. Went back and forth with them for months after the council meeting was over. They were still working on figuring out how contractually they were going to do everything, et cetera, et cetera. In about January of this year, received notice from them saying that based on the re-rate and based on the contractual obligations that they had, that they were making available 0.442 million gallons per day, or 442,000 gallons per day, to us based on dividing the re-rated water by contract, but that there were other entities that were not going to be interested in their re-rated water, and so they were going to continue working on getting us up to the 1 million gallons per day. Kept working with them on this. In the middle of all this, they had a reorganization at Gulf Coast Water Authority. Mr. Langford is no longer the director over there. They moved one of their finance person up to be the director, and then changed it over to an engineer, redid their whole department. And I sent an email to them prior to the start of the budget this year, making sure we were still in the same place. And on Tuesday morning of this last week, the day after I had given you all, after we had presented the proposed budget to you, they sent an email saying that there is now discussion amongst their board that this re-rate water is going to require a buy-in. The Gulf Coast water staff has recommended a fee of $1.1 million per million gallons per day for the buy-in. The board is trying to get $2.5 million per million gallons per day to be part of the buy-in. So they're saying that even our 0.442 or our 442,000 gallons per day that was available to us under our contract would require a buy-in fee as well. But they're still unsure what direction they're going with all this, and they have another board meeting on August 7th to discuss this. Den and I sat down and talked about this right after I got this email from them. So basically what they're saying is that they're wanting the infrastructure paid for, but the infrastructure has already been paid for. We paid for that as part of our bond fees that we pay to them now. And I believe where this is coming from. So our point contract, the way a bunch of those contracts are set up with the entities is twofold where this is coming from. The way the contracts are set up with the entities, those contracts all basically say if future water becomes available, then that water is a portion based on on the amount that everybody has under contract. So we have 2.78 million gallons per day under contract. If somebody else has 4 times that under contract, that if there's new water available, they would get offered 4 times as much as we get offered. And that's and what the staff at Gulf Coast Water Association is saying is, wait a minute, Marque may have 2.78 million gallons per day contracted, but they're using their full amount. Texas City has 7 or 8 million gallons per day contracted, but they're only using 20% of their full amount. So why should they get more if we have users that are in need of this water? So the 7 million that's sitting out there right now, the only requests that have been turned in towards that 7 million that actually have need are us and the city of Kemah. And then he said there was a couple other small entities that had some small needs, but there was no huge needs. So when we delved into that a little bit deeper though, and I started trying to find out if all that water is sitting there, nobody's going to be able to use it, then what seems to be the big issue? The big issue is that League City's trying to buy in to Gulf Coast Water Association because they buy their water from the city of Houston, and the Gulf Coast Water Association water is cheaper than the water they get from the city of Houston. So League City is trying to buy in now and buy every drop of this water if they can get it. And they are not part of the system, so that's why they're looking at recovering the cost of the plant as part of this. There's been one sale of water in the whole time Gulf Coast Water Association has had this these contractual agreements with everybody. There's been one sale in their history. That one sale was from Reliant Energy, had a power plant, and they shut it down. And that water sold for $2.5 million per million gallons is what the rate worked out to. So I guess Texas City is the one that came up with this rate and mentioned it to the board. So I don't know what we're going to have to do to correct the situation. I don't know if we're going to get stuck having to do a buy-in to get additional water. I don't know if we're going to have to threaten to sue them to not have to pay to buy in. I don't know what we're going to have to do to do it. And we don't even know what that number is going to be until sometime in August, maybe, if they make a decision at that August 7th board meeting. If they don't make a decision at that August 7th board meeting, then the next one will be a month after that. So it may be September, October before they make a decision. We don't know. And we don't know what the final decision is going to be. But what I was told was once that final decision was made, that at that point, they were going to offer whoever's going to buy in, they're going to have 45 days to sign a contract for the buy-in, and that's going to be it. That's part one. Part two, the additional water that they've been talking about, this raw water that we were talking about buying the options for, now they're saying that raw water is probably not going to be available in 7 years because they're going to have unused water that's not being used right now that they are going to utilize before they start working on expanding the plant for this additional. So they're working on a program for these other cities that have additional water under contract that aren't using it to be able to lease water to other cities until the full amount's used. And then once the full amount's used, then they'll start working on the raw water. So the change in leadership over there changed everything tremendously from what they told us a year ago. And this is going to be an issue somewhere in here we're going to have to address. I had Den sit down and put some numbers with this on Wednesday of last week after we had our Zoom meeting with Gulf Coast. 1 million gallons a day meets all of our current needs, meets the projected growth that we have right now, which includes the homes, the subdivisions that have been approved, and includes a couple other projects that we're looking at. And leaves a little bit of a cushion, but it doesn't leave a whole lot. It doesn't leave enough for development over 5 years for sure. So the 1 million gallon additional that we had talked about is not. It wouldn't last us more than 5 years. So we may be looking at whatever comes out of this right now on this re-rate. We may need to go higher than that to be able to have water so that we can continue to grow. The person that I talked to at Gulf Coast, the Dave Davis, who's the director now, did say if we changed our request right now, they're looking at who actually needs water right now before, but he did say that by the time this process was over, there would be none of that re-rated water left available because League City has agreed to buy whatever and pay whatever for it. So he did say that we may actually consider increasing our request now from the 1 million to 2 million gallons to make sure that we have enough for our future growth. The 2 million would get us to the point where we could probably, I think when we looked at it before, the 2 million got everything developed except for the University of Houston property. That gave us everything we needed at the point when that property became, when they decided to develop that, they may be responsible for their own water. They may have to go to the Gulf Coast and get their own. If they ever decide to develop with that, because we don't know what's going to happen out there or when it's going to happen out there. So we may need to consider actually increasing our request for the 2 million to go to 2 million and then figure it out. I had Susie look at a number of different options. It's hard, it's hard to sit here and say, okay, if this is what they do, this is how we can fund it. Because we don't even know how much it would take if they go with the $1.1 million fee, then 2 million gallons will cost us 2.2 million buy-in. That's a whole lot different to fund than if they go to 2.5 million and it's a $5 million buy-in. I think we could look at a package of probably increasing our water rates, and maybe using some of our impact fees to be able to pay for this. But the problem is, of course, it's going to have to be paid for now. It can't be paid as the development's done. So this is something we're going to have to look at. I mean, I don't have any answers today or any idea what we're actually going to be looking at doing. They may change. He said the board originally, or the staff originally, fought against any buy-in fee. Then when the board gave them whatever the parameters were, they came up with the fee at 1.1. But then the board came up with the 2.5. Our representative on the board, there's one representative that represents the entities that take water, voted against the fees, and another person voted against the fees. But the vote on the board was 6-2 to look at a buy-in fee. So it sounds like there's a lot of support on the board for them to do something related to buy-in fees. But I don't know until we get some more answers from them. I don't even know where to go with this conversation, except to let you know that in the last week we've been given notice that we may have to address this, and it's something that we need to keep in mind as we go through this process this week. Anybody have any questions related to that, or how many questions do you have related to that?
Tink, I think we need to get our reserve in for the water. This buy-in fee they're talking about to fund this future treatment plant that they're not going to build now.
Well, no, they're saying that the buy-in, basically the way I took it was the buy-in fee. So with the re-rate the re-rate of water was distributed based on the contracts. So like for us, we got the 0.442, the 442,000 gallons per day, but we asked for 1 million. So we needed another 558,000 gallons per day. It's not available unless we get it from another entity, from a portion that was given to another entity under contract. So what they had started doing was talking to Galveston to see if Galveston was going to take all of theirs, because they knew Galveston wasn't, and to see if they could then cut off a portion of Galveston's and it could go to us. And I think Texas City started complaining, saying, well, we've already paid for that facility, and now if you're going to take part of what was contracted to us and give it to somebody else, I don't think the board's going to keep this fee. I think the board's going to use the fee to reimburse some of the entities that have been holding water that haven't been using it, is what I think it's for. But they haven't said that. And I think that's where the 1.1, the staff fee of 1.1 million, I think that's where they came up with it. The board beat it 2.5. The board may be trying to make money on this too. I don't know what, because they've not given a breakdown of where they came up with these numbers. They just arbitrarily threw out that $2.5 million number. And even the director told me, so I don't know where they got the number. His best guess was that it was the number based on that Reliance sale. And so I'm hoping at this August 7th board meeting, we can get some more answers. But until then, we won't know exactly what they're thinking or what direction we're headed.
Pink?
Yes.
So if I'm hearing correctly, basically we need some more relevant key pieces of information before we have a real substantial conversation about this.
Yes, ma'am.
But it does really, when I was reading through this and then in this presentation, my recollection of when we had the presentation last year from GCWA was that we are looking at a future, like one of the reasons that we were instructed to put in a new request last year at budget was that we were looking at a very near future of restricted water capacity and availability, right?
Correct.
And so it seems to me that another really big part of this conversation, in addition to what are we going to do about a potential buy-in and all that that implies, is also just really needing to think progressively and maybe even aggressively about how do we dramatically conserve the water we have? What are we doing to prepare for a near future where we don't even have the availability of water that we're talking about now, that future councils will be facing and that our future generations here in the city will be facing.
I know, I agree with you, and
Yes.
I think that, I mean, there's some things that we need to be addressing in ordinances in the near future as far as our conservation measures go in our city ordinances. The other thing too, our infrastructure. I mean, we know we have losses in our infrastructure because of the aging, and we know we're gonna make up some. And in our calculations that we had then do to determine what our future needs are going to be, we did include in those calculations an increased efficiency as we went along and replaced stuff and fixed stuff. And so we did include that, and we assumed we assumed a loss, and then we calculated in increased efficiencies and reductions of that loss to help make up part of that too. But I do think we're going to have to look at some conservation measures, as related to our ordinances to try to reduce, whatever we put in there. There's going to have to be some conservation measures in our ordinances as we go along. The one good thing, or the one known thing, I mean, our corporate boundaries are defined. We know what is developable within our corporate boundaries and what is, and we have a pretty good idea of where homes are going to go in, where businesses are going to go in, where we can get pretty fair estimates on what our actual needs are going to be when we're completely built out. And so I think that's helping us a bunch here right now. Of course, the meeting with Gulf Coast last year, the first thing was we're going over our apportionment every month. And so that was their first thing, is we got to get you at least where you have enough water to meet your current needs and your growth that you already know that's coming in, the subdivisions you've already approved, the items that are already coming in. And that first $1 million was to cover that. And based on some other items that we see, that we see floating around, and some thoughts, we know we got the dog track property now, that, I mean, that's an available property, and something's going to happen there. And so, planning for the water use of that property, I mean, that needs to be in our short-term plan, because I don't think that'll be very long before something happens out there.
Right. And I think I'm really curious and interested to know, and I'd like to know what the rest of council thinks about this, though, is what kind of dramatic plans could we take a look at that would start changing water use for those developable properties and development properties that we've already approved, and existing properties now, both residential and commercial? Like, what could be done immediately to dramatically, besides, repair or new infrastructure, I think would probably be one of the bigger things. But and I know that we'll talk about that later, but I just, I don't know if that means talking to, the firm that did our wastewater treatment and seeing if there's a way we could get contract for some kind of advice, but see what other cities have done. But it just seems to me like it has to be a really important part of this conversation as we plan for buy-ins of future water, is just planning for the fact that eventually that's not going to be a possibility. The end. Thanks.
Yeah, I think maybe somewhere here, short term in the future, one of the things we may need to do is have a water workshop and sit down and have Den in and talk about, where we're at, what our future growth shows, where it shows we're going to need water, how much we think we're going to need, and and figuring that out. What actually, what's the real number that we need, and how do we get to that number? Is it purchasing this much and aggressively repairing the infrastructure, which is going to cost more than purchasing the water? I think that's an excellent point. I think we probably need to sit down and that we need to talk about all that.
Hey, Tink.
Yes, sir.
Hey, a couple of observations and questions mixed in. I've been on this council a long time, and I've seen a lot of different things, and I had experiences and a lot of different approaches. But I need to say to all of us that this current chase for water, the way that we are being made to respond, is unsustainable under any metric and under any measure. It is unsustainable. Perhaps we need to attack that which we have avoided for a significant portion of our history, and that is the infrastructure. It is not a quick fix, but it is the most pragmatic approach to solving this problem of water, because at some point we'll be paying more for water than much of what we do as a municipality. For example, we were sold, the council was sold on these new water meters that have been installed, and part of the selling point was that we would be able to then pinpoint where where we're losing water. At that point, I believe the discussion was that we were losing upwards of 60% of our water. Let's sit with that for a minute. 60% of the water that we purchase is being lost in our infrastructure. 60% of the water. If we were to capture half of that, then we would be in a far better position than we're in right now. So we're proposing, we're discussing in this workshop, we're discussing expending more funds, passing those funds down to the citizens who are already complaining about how high our water bill is, to purchase and secure more water when we're losing 60% of the water that we already have. That is, and I'm not suggesting that any of us are complicit in this, but that is fiscally irresponsible. It is incumbent upon us as a council to solve the elephant in the room, which is the fact that our aging infrastructure needs desperate repair. I would much rather, as we discuss this and move forward, look at taking those additional revenues that we're asking our citizens to pay yet again and move them toward the infrastructure improvements that we need to save water. Casey brings up a valid point in looking at ways to conserve water. You, Tink, bring up a valid point in looking at ways to conserve water through ordinance. But the best way that we can conserve water is to stop the water from leaking out of our system. I'd be willing to support increases that go toward infrastructure improvements rather than increases that go toward buying water that we perhaps will lose 60% of out of our infrastructure. But the question that I wanted to bring to you, Tink, is I thought I heard you say that per contract, we should have available to us 0.442 in water increase. Is that what I heard you say?
That is correct.
So in that contract, is there any language that says or that suggests that they have the option or the right to ask us to buy into that which has already been negotiated in our contract?
And that's something I've got Dara looking at. I don't believe there is, and that was why at the start of this I said, this may come down to a threat of litigation to get this resolved on the 442,000 gallons a day additional. That was our prorated part of the re-rate. I sure don't see how they can charge us a buy-in fee for that. Now, if we took additional above that, perhaps, but I don't. And he was pretty clear. And I asked him, I said, you're even talking about us paying a buy-in fee for the portion of the re-rate that was prorated to us. And he said, yes. And I told him, I said, I don't see any way you can do that. And I kind of got the impression he agreed with me, but he was very careful not to say something that would cross his board.
So Tink, I have a request in this budget workshop, and I know that you all are busy, but perhaps could you and Susie come up with some information for the council to consider what it would look like if we tried to go out to secure bonds, perhaps for a major infrastructure improvement. Again, we're just looking at it because in budget workshop, what you do is you look at every available opportunity for you. Doesn't mean that we'll go down that road, but it helps us as a council to understand the issue from various different perspectives, and it'll help us to decide a pathway forward. So if y'all could do that sometime during this budget workshop, I would appreciate it.
Yes, sir. And so I think, so let me throw something at you here real quick. So there's a couple other items that I've got in this presentation that I want to show you guys that are also, that will also lead kind of to that same thought. I'm throwing a bunch of stuff up here at the front for you guys to think about as we go through. Then we'll go through the individual departments because I know people are going to have some questions in individual departments. And then I think maybe on Thursday is going to give us a chance to wrap back around to all this, come back and talk about this, talk about the capital improvement plan that the staff put together, talk about our proposed salary plan that we have, talk about infrastructure, all that stuff. I think we can bring it back on Thursday and then figure out where we go from there, because I think a lot of the infrastructure stuff is included in the capital improvement plan that Public Works gave us. And so it's just kind of throwing all this out. We'll go through, and then I think on Thursdays when we're going to get to have some really in-depth conversations about how do we get from point A to point B.
Hey, Tink, this is Mayor.
Yes, sir.
At some point in reference to Mayor Pro Tem's question on the leakage, could you get Chase to give us a report on where we stand? I know some of that was fixed. So I'd like to know what that ballpark percentage is now during the course of this discussion.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that. And I think in our assumptions we did the other day, we reduced that 60% to 30%. But I'll get Chase and Den to talk about that probably on Thursday when we get back to this again. We'll get a definite number as to where we're at on that. I will make sure we get that included.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Tink.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Tink, in that where you reduced that 60%, those are old numbers. I think we made a lot of that up with the meters too, because the older meters weren't recording correctly. And so,
yeah, and I think that was part of it. The inaccuracy of those meters. We had households that were getting water that weren't being billed because the meters were supposed to be locked and they weren't locked because they didn't work appropriately. There was a number of things there, but I'll get Chase and Den to talk about that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on that? I'm going to go back to the start of this because there's kind of this was supposed to be part of a larger overall presentation here that I was going to do, but I want to go back to the start and just talk about this. So to get to the 5-year capital plan discussion and the salary plan, which was two of the things that we talked about during the course of our council meetings throughout the year, and things that we promised we would provide as part of the budgeting process this year. Just kind of talk about some of the things. So going into this budget year, a little bit different than previous year, definitely different than what we did last year. When we did a lot of stuff in the budget last year, and that was a combination of a couple of things. One, in the year prior, the council had set some priorities for things that they wanted to do with adding in staff members and doing some other stuff in departments. But those things were funded out of non-recurring revenues. And so it was impossible to put them in because then the money wouldn't have been there again the next year to pay for it. So we rolled those requests over into last year. And as part of the contract with the citizens that we did, and we'll talk about an update on that here in just a minute. As part of the contract with the citizens that we did, we included those, and that was part of what was funded with the tax increase from last year, along with the infrastructure project for the wastewater treatment plant and some other things that we did with infrastructure and during the course of last year. All that was rolled into last year's budget. Some of the other things that we did, i.e. purchase of one of the fire trucks, some of the other stuff, that non-recurring revenue that was extra in our reserves is what we used to pay for all that. So we accomplished 2 years worth of requests from the budget base, or for the council, basically in 1 year last year. When we go into the budget this year, looking at how we're doing things this year, we didn't have that big pool of the extra reserves to talk about doing some of these big projects. We didn't really have all that stuff, and so we had to set some limitations on ourselves as we went in this year. So some of the revenue increases from last year, they're already dedicated to projects. We talked about that. We increased taxes last year, but that was dedicated to current and future payments on the bond, to covering the salaries of the employees the positions we created for the year before, a bunch of those different things. That's 6 cents that we increased taxes last year. That's not like a new revenue again. I mean, it was already eaten up going into this year. We still have some economic uncertainty, of course, with what's going on with COVID-19. We don't know what the final results from that are going to be. So our sales taxes, so far we've done pretty well. We haven't taken the big hit that some of the other cities around us have taken, but we haven't seen the full impacts of this yet. We got a little boost from the stimulus checks, which was really great for us as far as sales tax went. But I mean, that's an anomaly in a pandemic situation where we can't count on that happening over and over and over again. And then, of course, property taxes. We know there was a lot of people who challenged their property taxes this year, probably more than any year before. And so we have a projected taxable value. But going into the budget, we didn't know what the final number was going to be. You never really know what it's going to be in a year. When you see a lot of people protesting, you have to be pretty careful with that too, because you don't know what that final taxable value is going to be. And if any of you guys have been out around Walmart in that area out there now, you know that the I-45 expansion is in full gear here in our city. The traffic out there is horrible. Alex told me the other day when it first started, he went out just to see how bad it was out there. Took him over 10 minutes just to get out of the Walmart parking lot. So we have some concerns about how that traffic is going to affect our businesses out there. We have had some requests into TxDOT to address the traffic patterns out there and see if we can alleviate some of that traffic getting off there. The people that are trying to get on M&F Lowry are getting off there instead of getting off at Delaney, which is where they were anticipated to get off. So we're trying to get some additional signage out there and reduce that traffic there around Walmart and Sam's. But it's in full gear. So now that we're going to start seeing some impacts to our businesses from the expansion project. And then we also, one other thing, we talked about this last year. We talked about, as the 45 expansion started, we thought we would start seeing some expansion from business out there. We would start building our sales tax base as this went through, which is what happened in other areas. We talked about that probably being a 3 to 5 year expansion project. I think based on some things that are floating around, I think our day's coming a little bit faster than we anticipated. And so I'm hoping that we're going to actually have a chance to see some of those increased revenues maybe in a year or two and not 3 to 5 years down the road. We just got to get through this little short time. In our utility fund, of course, we had our first rate increase in 15 years last year, but the majority of that's tied to paying the bond for the wastewater treatment plant and to paying the salaries of the employees that we put into the utility fund last year. So last year we funded 2 years worth of projects with available revenues from the increases. This year, when we looked at our increased costs, of course, insurance is every type of insurance there is. Those insurances just keep going up and up. It's a never-ending process. We had increases in our healthcare insurance, our liability insurance, wind and hail, and all the different insurances we carry. They continue to go up every year. And then, of course, our voter-approved increases, our increases in the yearly salary increases for the CBA and the fire under the contracts are a significant increase each year on both of our for both of those departments that affects available revenue we have. So we get from 1 year to the next, we have growth, and that growth leads to some additional tax value. But then we have these fixed costs that grow as well. And so in actuality, if you're not growing fast enough, you're not doing anything but covering, and sometimes you're not even covering the actual costs of those increased costs. So we had to put all those in there as well. Covering the costs. So the new growth, Marque had an estimated 35 million in new growth this year that added to the ad valorem tax base. Then we had the revaluation of existing properties, which everybody heard the complaints about that earlier in the year. The increases in current values of properties also led to additional estimated tax revenue. Of course, we're still pending to know what the actual final values are going to be, and we'll probably get those in sometime this week. So overall, when we did the draft budget, we were able to cover the increased costs with the revenue from the new growth and added in a few small items. We covered the items that council approved during the course of the budget year. Anything new that we added in this year, we were able to include that. We were not able to add in additional positions, though many were requested and have been discussed. We were not able to address many larger capital items beyond basic needs, and we were not able to address large-scale projects outside of department requests. And so we'll talk about some of those as we go through. We talked about Gulf Coast. So one of the things we talked about during the course of the year was about our capital outlay, and we were basically talking about buildings. We started talking about doing an inventory. What was our needs for future growth as far as buildings went. What was our needs for all that stuff. So I worked, had staff work up a list of what they believe their capital outlay needs were for their department and rank those needs. When we first started, I told them I wanted to put together a 5, 10, and 15-year list. As we worked through this, we found real quick that it's really hard to determine what your needs are going to be in 15 years, and it's kind of hard to determine what your needs are going to be in 10 years. And the reality is we're going to have so many needs in a 5-year period because there's with the infrastructure and other things that are, age buildings, everything that we have, that the needs in 5 years were probably going to be so significant that going beyond 5 years probably wasn't a reality to really even consider. So we said, let's put together a 5-year list. So, council has something to look at, something to consider, something to start talking about so we can start trying to address these needs and how we're going to deal with them. And then council can look at your priorities, and then they can come up with their own priorities, and we can talk through this and talk about this as we go through the budgeting process this year. So I had them put together a list, and I'm going to pull up the list real quick. And I want you guys all to be able to look at this and be able to see. Can everybody see that okay?
Blow it up, Tank.
I don't know if I can blow it up in here.
Oh, no, I got you. I did it. There you go.
There, how's that? Okay,
Yeah,
so this is the 5-year list that the departments put together. They sat down with their staffs and they talked about their needs over a 5-year period, and they put a priority to it. Now we'll talk about some of the priorities as we go through here and what I did with marking on a couple of priorities. If we had an estimated cost, I put it in. If I didn't have estimated costs yet, we didn't put them in. But at least gives you some idea of what they're thinking their needs are going to be over the next 5 years. So for the police department, they put a new police station as their number 1 priority. A citywide camera system is number 2. Vehicle video equipment replacement, what they have, is number 3. So it's the same in all the units. Replacement vehicles, building repairs, and I have an asterisk there by building repairs because that would be tied to number 1. If number 1 was going to go through, then number 5 doesn't need to go through. The 2 UTV vehicles, replacing their taser equipment and crash construction equipment. And we're going to get these all printed out and delivered to you before we get to Thursday when we actually get a chance to put all this stuff together and talk about all this stuff. Fire, they talked about remounting the medic units. The actual trucks themselves that they sit on, the chassis are still in pretty good shape, but the boxes are what gets worn out. So they talked about remounting all of those. A new medic unit, replacing stretchers, replacing bunker gear for the firefighters, replacing the extrication equipment, and getting a new brush truck. Utility billing. This is another one that kind of goes along with what we were talking about a while ago with the new metering and with people knowing what's going on. There's a thing called the Census Online Portal, which is a software that allows a consumer to get on the website. So if you're not sure where your water's going or how it's being used, you can get on there and you can check what your hourly rate is. You can check when your sprinklers run and see how much your sprinklers use. It gives them access to be able to see basically hourly what happens with their water use in their house. And then, of course, they requested additional space. The library, Amy was actually able to go through, hers was closer to a 10-year to 15-year plan with what she talked about, some ADA accessibility improvements, adding some windows, electrical upgrades. I mean, she's actually looked at her building and how over a 10-year period she could get that building to the point where they could have it a lot nicer and be able to do stuff down to changing out carpets and adding a foyer on the front of it. Human resources, additional space, IT department, talking about replacement of servers and network storage servers. You know, that's something that you can't do that all at once. It's something you got to be doing every year. So he had actually had on his application servers 1 a year for 5 years. The network storage servers was 1 a year for 5 years. And then adding some additional equipment in for their new tech, the new maintenance tech and the IT tech. And then there's the replacement of every computer in the city because they need to be replaced about once every 5 years. Well, over the next 5 years, get them all replaced because we got some that are really old. We replaced what we could this year with what money we had. Okay, where did the rest of it go? Let me find the next page here. Okay, blow this one up. Okay, and then their last need was more space also. Municipal court was requesting, of course, more space for a new building. Public Works, I brought theirs. I mean, they had a list. Chase actually has a really good capital improvement plan put together for Public Works that breaks down each one of the projects over time, over 5 years, whatever. But the total cost of that project was about $6.4 million of all the projects they put in. And then for City Hall, because we had so many people there, a renovation of City Hall that makes what's there more usable or replacement of that building one way or another. So that's what, as I sat down with staff, that's what they all put together for each one of their departments. If you look at the total price tag, it's probably up in the 10. If you add the buildings and everything, it's probably in the $30 or $40 million price range. And so that's why looking at and prioritizing and figuring out how you do it is important, and combining where we can is important. And like I said, I'm gonna get this printed out so you guys can have this, and you'll have it in front of you for discussion on Thursday. I just finished putting the document together about midnight last night, finalizing where we could view it in here somehow. But that was one of the things that was asked about, was making sure we started this, and at least somewhere in here for council to be able to have a discussion about this year and talk about these things and start figuring out how we move forward with some of this stuff and what are some of the options we have to move forward with some of it. Looking at some of the stuff, particularly talking about the capital improvement, the capital request for Public Works. And we're talking about infrastructure, and I agree. I mean, the infrastructure is so far behind in this city. We have definitely got to do something related to infrastructure. But I want to make sure we look at, we've been very focused on this mitigation grant that you guys just approved the engineers and the grant administrator for at the last meeting. Because I think we have a lot of opportunity in that grant to be able to get a significant amount of money to go towards our infrastructure problems. And I think we need to work that grant through before we make too many more decisions related to infrastructure. And I know it kind of sounds like, we're kicking the can down the road one more year, but I think we have a ton of potential underneath that grant because of our LMI, because of our impacts, because of I think we know we're way high up that list on the ratings. And as long as we have solid projects put together, which we will have, I could see potential for us seeing big dollars out of that grant. I mean, in excess of 10 or $20 million is a strong possibility as long as we get that thing put together the right way, and work that thing through that grant system the way that it needs to be worked through. I think having both of the engineers on board that we have on board for that, having the grant administrator that we have on board for that, I think we have a lot of quality people that know how to really move those things, and they know the right people to talk to, and they know the right people to work with. And so I think there's a lot of potential for us in that. And I think that would be a huge boost for us to be able to get a 10 or 15 or $20 million grant out of that, and be able to do a lot of work on our water, wastewater, and our storm sewer systems. So I'm putting a lot of faith in the big man upstairs to help us out with this project this year and help us get to a lot of the things that we need to do infrastructure wise from public works under that grant program. I think we have a really good chance to do a lot of work there. But that's still, even if you knock those projects off that we had under public works, there's still some big ticket items on that list. And so I'm going to email you guys that list tonight, but like I said, we'll get it printed out as we go forward. And then the other thing we talked about during the course of the year, and Mayor Pro Tem asked about this at the last council meeting, was the salary plan. So a little bit of background on the salary plan. It was completed utilizing the Houston Galveston Area Council Regional Survey, and it uses the numbers from 2017 and 2020 in an average to look at what the fair market value is for all of our position. It focuses on cities in the middle or similar nature to us, so the ones that are significantly larger, or the ones that are significantly smaller, it knocks them out. And we tried to focus on the cities that were very similar in nature to us. On a few of the positions we had to look at, we had to change our base cities because the base cities didn't have a position that was similar to ours, and we still have 3 or 4 that not hardly anybody has a position that's similar to ours that we're going to have to look at and probably go outside of our region and find something that's similar in nature. The salary plan shows entry level, which would be starting pay, mid range, which should be the pay range of a fully functional employee, and the highest paid in the region. So now implementation, of course, this is something that would be very difficult because of where we're at financially this year. But there are a couple of things that I thought about that are potential ways to implement this. I put a three-phased approach on here because I think it's something that would be logical and could be implemented. We can approve it and approve. You guys can approve it and approve the phases when funding is available or whatever. I mean, there's a number of different ways we can do it. But phase 1 of that would be to make sure that we got all of our employees that are currently below entry level up to entry level. So when you look at the salary survey, there's a starting pay for each one of those positions. And we do have some employees in city government that are below the entry level for their positions region wide. So bringing all of our starting points up to the same as the region would be a good place to start. That way, the ones that are on the lowest end that are impacted the most by an increase will be impacted right away. Phase 2 then could be all employees with 10 years experience move to the midpoint because the 10 years experience, they should be fully functional. So 10 years experience with, we say 10 years experience with no performance issues could be moved up to midpoint if they're below midpoint. And then phase 3 could be with 15 years experience, could be moved above midpoint somewhere. We could pick a spot that doesn't, the wording is not right there, but we could pick a spot somewhere above midpoint for those to be settled in at. We don't have a ton of people that would be above 15 years experience, but we do have some. And that would be a phased approach to try to get that plan implemented. And then our starting salaries would be, if somebody new came in, we would start them where the salary survey shows that it's at. We looked at doing that. The cost of phase 1, which would be to move all of our employees who are below the minimum for the region up to the minimum for the region. The general fund would be about $50,000, and to the utility fund it would be about $20,000. Phase 2 to bring everybody who's got 10 years experience or more up to midpoint to the general fund, it would cost about $35,000. into utility fund, it would cost about 20 more. And then phase 3, which would be to bring everybody with 15 years to a point above, would be somewhere around another $25,000 to each fund. And I want to show you, just so you have some idea. I want to show you what that spreadsheet looks like, so you can see that there's a ton of work that went into this thing. So I mean, this is what the spreadsheet looks like. It's got every position in here. It talks about, if I can get, just go back to where it was. So up here at the top, you've got a minimum, a maximum, and a minimum max. That's 2017 and 2020. And then this column right here ends up showing you the average of what those positions should be. And then we got some color coding in here based on those that are at or above or below or whatever. And so I don't want to leave that up there too long because it's got names attached to it. But I just want you guys to know there was a ton of work that was put into that. It would get us competitive with the region, and would give us another recruiting tool. Would help us retain employees a little bit better, I believe, than where we're at right now. We did make a few adjustments to a few salaries in the budget for this year based on stuff we had talked about before. We did a few reclassifications and got those organized right because we had some positions that were that needed to be upgraded based on what they were doing, and so we fixed as many as we could in the budget for this year. But we do still have a number of employees that are below that starting range. So those are all additional items out there for consideration as well. Anybody have any questions about any of that?
Your phase 1 and everything can be covered in this budget?
I think we can figure out how to cover it. I mean, we'd have to move a few things around, but I think we could either cover it with, we can cover it in the budget, or we can cover it with salary savings during the course of the year. But yeah, if the council chose to implement phase 1, we could deal with it. We'll figure it out. Any other questions? Go ahead, Casey.
Are we going to talk more about this? This was just an overview, or was that?
It was an overview, but you can talk, bring up questions anytime you want to. I mean, that's all stuff that we're going to have in the wrap up on Thursday too, but because I want to get you guys some printouts so you can look at it.
Oh, wait,
easier to look at that little bit
I'll
of
wait
screen.
until I have more info before I just start.
Okay.
Hammering. Thank you.
Yeah, I think just first blush from looking at some of these numbers, it seems as though Amy at the library, with the great job she does, is very much underpaid. Do you see that in your surveying?
That was one of the positions that was very hard to rate. I do think she is slightly underpaid, yes, because when you look at cities our size don't have a library director. They have something different. So we had to compare her with bigger cities. Gotcha. That was one of the ones that was difficult to compare.
Thanks.
Anything else on that? Okay, let's go ahead and jump down to the revenues then, and I'm going to have Susie start giving you an overview on revenues and where we're at as far as money coming in. Susie, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, and Mayor and Council. Welcome to a new round of budget. Hopefully I can bring some positive notes to everything. Of course, Mr. Jackson talked about the future, where we're going. So now let's see where we are and what's in the budget. So we will dive into the budget book. I don't see a page number on here. Well, there's not. It's called, the title is probably All Funds. It's in our budget book where it's got a chart with every single fund and the fund balances. Let's see here. I have on the digital copy.
Which is it in front of tab 1, Susie?
It is in front of tab 1.
In my book, it is the second to last page in front of big tab red 1.
Yes.
Big tab red, big red tab 1. There we go.
As usual, we give everyone an idea of beginning fund balances, and then the current year projected ending fund balances, and then moving forward, the budget year 2021, the fund balance. As of closing of 2019, the audit, we ended up with a general fund of a little over $4.4 million of unreserved fund balance. Let me see if I can blow this up.
Susie, say that again.
As of the closing of fiscal year 2019 audit, we ended the year with an unreserved fund balance in general fund, $4.9 million.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And this is excluding the $1 million of emergency money forms, also excluding the fire truck that council approved. That's about $600,000. So that leaves us $4.9 million in the general fund. So of course, as you can see, the rest of the ways down, we have different funds and their balances. Okay. Moving on to the next screen that I want to pull your attention to is on page 1 in your binder, where the title is History of General Fund Balances. What's so significant about this chart? Okay, it gives you an idea of your fund balances. If you can look at the bottom chart where the blue and the red line started 2013, we've been able to manage the revenues to exceed the expenditures by the end of the year. And of course, if you notice the black line and the green line between 2018 and 2019. 2019, the black line represents unreserved fund balance. And it dropped a little bit from 2018. And the reason for that is because what I just mentioned, we allocated $1 million for storms, and we also allocated $600,000 committed for a fire truck. So therefore, it kind of dropped it a little bit being with that unreserved balances. Cash is still up there. That's the green line, and our 90 days. Okay. Now, what's so significant about this graph in the full picture scheme? If you recall, in June, council approved for issuing the bond. We went ahead. We went out to the market. We got our credit rating. Ended up to be AA minus for cities our size. That is a very good credit rating in the market. Why is the credit rating so important? Well, here's what happened. Our bond, we were issuing at par $7.6 million. We ended up, after going through the market, we ended up with selling the bonds, our bonds, with a premium of $890,000. That premium was a plus. If you have a junk bond, you would have to sell it in the market with a discount. Our bond was definitely not junk bond. So here's the analogy. If I give you money for $100 bill, let's say I want you to sell me your $100 bill, you give me $100 bills. If you have good credit rating, I'm willing to give you $189 for a $100 bill, and I'll repay you later at $100. So we got $89 additional money because of our credit rating, and it's a value in the market for that. So that's why we got $890,000 more for the proceeds in our bonds without having to repay back. Okay. And what drove that was because of this chart here, our fund balance. We have a healthy fund balance in the general fund that the market feels very comfortable to buy our bonds. Okay. Growth, continuous growth was another factor that gives us good rating. And of course, like Mr. Jackson just mentioned, in order to have continued growth, you need to have water. That's one of the major factors. And that's why it is important in the whole picture, along with infrastructures and everything else. So I just wanted to bring everyone's attention to this graph because there is some significance to it. Moving on to the next graph is the
Hey,
5 year.
Susie, before you go on, what was the actual bond rate that we sold those at? What's the
Around 4% for 30 years.
under 4 or 4 exactly? Or? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. It was better than our projections. Part of it was because at the point where we were in the market, COVID-19 was in place and there were a lot of uncertainties, but the interest rates were so low at the time. And we took advantage of the favorable situation on our side anyway. This is the next chart is on page 2, where we show you the history, the 5-year history of major sources of revenues in general fund. Okay, now for a while in history, property taxes have always been top, the biggest source. And then sales tax flipped it for a few years. And now property taxes is catching up to sales tax. Okay, both have been increasing, and thank goodness, because that was another reason how we can get good rating because of the steady flow of sales tax not having made by COVID-19 or other uncertainties. Okay. Franchise should be higher, but there is a litigation going on right now. So that can change in 2021. We don't know that yet. Licenses and permits, that has been increasing mainly due to building permits. I'm hoping that that can continue to increase more and more each year due to growth, but we'll see. Now, fines and forfeitures, fire ambulance revenues, these two have been decreasing. So we are keeping a close eye on these two major revenues, and also investment interest will be decreasing in the budget year. And we did budget less because of the economy and because of COVID-19 and other uncertainties. Moving on to page 3.
Susie.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Before you move on, can we go back for a minute? I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
On 2020's property tax, that's an estimate. Many property owners in Marque have seen $30,000+ increases in valuation on property. Where did you fall to make this estimate?
Where did I?
In other words, this estimate is based on how much of an increase in valuation to Marque property?
Okay, the valuation is out of the 2020 tax year. That was the certified road. It has already been certified by the appraisal district. That hits our fiscal year, current fiscal year 2021. Now, the current year's revenues, which is the fiscal year 2020 revenues, that was certified by GCAT in 2019. And because they've been certified and we just apply our tax rate, and that's what we call the levy. This is how I based my projections on, was the levy.
So I think what he's asking, Susie, is that projection in the chart is based on the original valuation that we got from the tax assessor and not from the final valuation, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's what I was asking. Thanks, Tink.
Okay.
On page 3, we give you an idea of a pie chart of the different categories. As I mentioned, property taxes moved ahead of sales tax because of the values, and growth. We had some growth. Expenditures, no surprise. You know, police and fire will always be highest, and then other requirements, which includes liability insurance, legal, utilities like electricity, those kind of things that kind of applied citywide. Okay. Then we move on to next page with the dollar bill, and this is page number, there we go. Okay, if you look at $1 of your taxes, 36 cents would go to police, 23 cents would go to fire, 27 cents general government, so forth. So that way it kind of gives you an idea of how much of a $1 bill that applies to different functions that we provide to the community. Moving on, property tax history, we give you a, oh, this is page number, okay.
5.
We give you all the way to 2005, our tax rate, the split between debt and maintenance and operations. And then the chart, remember when we did this, we didn't have the certified roll ready yet. The certified roll came yesterday, 1 p.m. So we do have the certified roll now. Our preliminary value for tax year 2020 was at 1,155,948. Oh, wait a minute, 1,155,948,626. Now the certified roll arrived yesterday, shows 1,144,272,683. That is the latest that I have from GCAD, and that was as of yesterday. So this chart is not current because, like I said, it just arrived yesterday. We will fix that before the adoption of the budget to reflect the certified roll numbers. Okay. And then here we show you the market value versus the tax base, and the difference with the exemption. And then moving on to the next page, sales tax history. What's so great about sales tax history is the steady growth of our sales tax revenues. There's not a whole lot of fluctuation. If you look at the graph for the last 5 years. It's something that we can project instead of something that keeps fluctuating due to different uncertainties. COVID-19 was a good test. And that was a major concern too when we were trying to sell the bonds, because there was a lot of cities really took a big hit. And fortunately, we were not one of those cities. And so far, sales tax for current year, we budgeted at 1% because we were thinking with the I-45 constructions, there might be some setback. It turned out year to date, sales tax collections, what we can see, we're experiencing a 9% increase. Year to date, not full year yet. And this is as of July's numbers. So it turned out better than we anticipated. Now, in 2021, what's in the budget, this is what I did. I put in 2% from our projected revenues as of September of this year, backing out one-time sales tax revenue that we're aware of, and that's magical winter lights. The last time we received, well, I can't discuss that public, but we received a better number than previous years. So what I did was I back out that number, and that gives us almost near flat, okay, through this year. But there is a 2% increase factored in what those businesses that we know for sure will continue on.
Susie, real quick, let me add in here too. We do not have, I just want to make sure council knows, there's not been a public announcement yet that Magic Winter Lights is going to be canceled this year, but I've spoken to the lady that owns it. And she said that's pending. They would already be working on stuff if they were going to have it for this year, and they can't get anybody in here to work on it. So they're going to have to cancel it. They just haven't done it officially yet.
Yes, and you know what? If they change their mind, that's great. That's more revenue on us. But for the budget purposes, we have to be conservative. So I back that number out. And of course, I am hoping that in the new year, the sales tax revenues will arrive better than 2%, just like this year. We budgeted 1%. We ended up so far anyway 9%. So I'm hoping that I-45 would not have major impact on us, but we'll see. Moving on, let me see here. Where's my mouse? Here we go. The next page will give you an overview, general fund, budget summary, revenues, and expenditures. We ended up with 15,000 in the black on the operating, and then capital and debts, a separate section. And because we have good fund balances, these are the things that we feel are capital outlay that qualifies to use the fund balance. And that's our projected fund balance for 2021 September, $200 million. Any questions so far for the general fund?
Susie, something's going on with your speaker.
You hear me better now? You hear me better?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know why, but I've been having some connection problems at times. So, okay, here on page, let me see what page this is. This is page page 8 in the binder. We give you details, revenue line items, and what we budget. The only one that I'm still not quite sure about is the rental registration. I don't know why the year-to-date number has been so low. I have emailed to Kathleen, but I have not heard back from her yet. So I went ahead and budget the same thing without knowing. So I'm not sure, but until I hear back from her, finding out more, we'll leave it as is. I do make mistakes. So if you find anything that looks kind of strange, please let me know. This is a working copy. So we rather find those mistakes and make corrections before the real adoption. So please, by all means, let me know. We tried our best to check everything we can check. And then let's see here. I did budget less in 2021 than current year on ambulance services, just so that we can be more realistic. So I let's see here if I can scroll it to there. I budgeted 400,000. This year we budgeted 600,000. I feel that if we get more, that's great. Just an estimate for now. Let's see what else. Building permits, I left it alone, hoping that there'll be more. Again, franchise, the litigation should end in 2021. So until then, we'll know more about the franchise. But right now, I really think it should be more. Let's see here. Any questions so far on the general fund revenues? And then on the expenditure side, we'll let each department director discuss more details, what's in their budget. Okay, if no questions, we'll move on to utility fund. And that would be on page, let me see, my writer. I think it's tab 2, page 69. And while we're waiting for the screen to come up, I just want to share something that I've done since COVID-19. We've been staying on top of the consumptions weekly since March, and we pull 1 month for the month of April because that is the lowest consumption during the year. And this is what we found this year that I thought pretty interesting to share. The total consumption for the month of April, residential, we have used 2.1 million more gallons during that month than last year. On commercial side, during the month of April, we have used 442,000 gallons less than last year. So we're thinking it could be the COVID-19 where a lot more people staying at home and do more cooking, things like that, more activities. So residential, the consumptions turn out to be a lot more, 2.1 million gallons more during that month. So now, good, we got the sheet on the screen. Utility fund, revenue side, we budgeted about a 2% growth. And that's due to historical trend. Of course, you know, depends on the amount of rain water that we have and whether COVID-19 continues on or not, don't know. We assume it is, so I kind of put in 2% growth for water and sewer revenues, and everything else we stay conservative with the exception of investment. Investment is going to drop no matter what. We don't anticipate the market is going to pick up anytime soon. So we anticipate that the revenues from investment will decrease. And expenditures, I kind of leave that for each department to review what they have in the budget. Unless you have questions concerning water and sewer, I think the main concern is the infrastructures and the water, the buy-in, which we will discuss further the next few days. And I think that's all I have on the schedule sheet. Unless you want me to add anything, Mr. Jackson?
No, Mayor, Council, anybody have any general questions about revenues? Any specific questions about revenues while we got the, while we're straight on that subject right now?
Tink, no question. I'm concerned that our rental program, that we have not been able to navigate those increases. So as soon as you get a chance to speak with Kathleen, I'd like to see an update on that. We should be growing in that area.
I agree. You know, and we have talked about this a couple of times recently. Actually, this came up in a PDM recently too, to discuss why we're not where those are at. Our rental, if that's a line item I'm thinking it is, our ordinance for those rental fees is something I've asked Dara to take a look at as well, because our rental rates on those things are significantly below surrounding cities as well. So that's why we keep seeing 50 developers a year that want to come in here and put in a trailer park, is because our rates are way below everybody else's. And so that's an ordinance that I've asked her to look at pretty shortly, so we can address that as well. But yeah, that's that rental thing, that whole rental thing is way up on my priority list right now.
Thank you, and I agree with you totally.
Me too.
I mean, that's a $50,000 line item in there, which in most cities that's probably a $500,000 line item. So that's definitely something we're gonna get after. Any other questions related to revenues? Okay, Mayor, it's 12:15. Do you want to take a break now, or you want to try to do? I think the agenda anticipated the lunch break coming here and then us getting into debt service after lunch. So it's up to you.
We have a lunch showing at 12:30 and coming back at 2 o'clock. I'm cool with breaking now, if everybody's okay with that. And we'll regroup on Zoom at 2 o'clock. So we'll be in adjournment.
Thank you.
Yep.
See you soon. Thanks.
Okay.
COVID-19 is spreading across Galveston County, and we can all play a part in slowing it down.
It means practicing social distancing, washing our hands, and not going out in public when we're sick, and wearing a mask.
It's up to each of us to take responsibility, keep our community and each other safe. Let's do our part, Galveston County.
This is Lamarck's Kids Fish.
200 kids, 100 volunteers, parents, grandparents, and friends.
Coming together, building community for the love of fishing.
We brought our kids out here so that 3 of them could learn how to fish and the other 2 love fishing. So we hope to catch the biggest or the smallest. Either one would be great. And they're all having a great time.
Through this event, Lamarque is introducing kids to the outdoors and a healthy new hobby.
Our city council, local businesses, and community partners are all investing in Lamarque's youth.
So it's really, really important that the kids have the opportunity to come out here to learn how to fish, learn different things about the poles and the little baits and things like that. It's a good opportunity for them to just have fun, to relax, get to play and to just learn about the community and the environment that they're in, and to have the opportunity to do a lot of this stuff on their own and teach themselves and their siblings.
Fishing is the cornerstone of Gulf Coast living, with access to bays, bayous, and lakes.
With this gear, you can fish anywhere, especially here, Highland Bayou Park, a hometown hangout.
Gotta keep the line
Be
tight.
patient.
This is more than just wetting a line. It's building a community.
We want to introduce our kids to Lamarque City staff. Police, fire, public works, all of us. When our kids feel secure, Lamarque thrives.
This is just the beginning. Fishing is the foundation that's growing Lamarque's future. This is Lamarque.
Daughter, you're proud of your mom, aren't you, honey?
It's easier to plan for a hurricane than to actually have to respond.
Welcome to the City of Lamarque Hurricane Huddle. All right, thank you. Thank you for coming. We're the City of Lamarque Public Safety Team. We are emergency management, fire, police, and public works.
When there's an emergency, we've got your back. We want to make sure you know who we are and what we do.
Meet us before you need us.
Pretty cool, huh?
Serving during times of emergency is what we do. Protecting and preparing our community. We love Lamarque.
We've come a long way and we're headed in the right direction.
Remembering the past while working hard preparing for the future.
Staying positive.
And moving forward.
Coming together, making Lamarque ready for tomorrow.
We train to make our city the best that it can be.
Protecting you and your loved ones.
This is Lamarque.
Our city. We are caring for our community.
Turning friendships to family, even through times of turmoil.
Public safety, public servants, ready to weather the storm.
We are prepared, are you?
We are prepared, are you? Lamarque, stay weather aware. We're prepared, are you?
Hurricane season is in full swing. Please make a plan for your family and your pets. For additional preparedness resources, visit storm.cityoflamarque.org. For emergencies, dial 911. We are Lamarque.
This is Lamarque, the gateway to the Gulf.
The hub of the mainland.
Life is good.
Life is good in Lamarque. Lamarque is coastal living.
Whether you are boating,
Taking your family to the park,
Or waking up to the sunrise over Galveston Bay.
Easy breezy, coastal living happens here.
This is home. This is my home.
Business thrives here.
Not everybody can do what we do.
Made in Texas, made in Lamarque, Texas.
Global shipping by air, road, rail, and port.
Lamarque means business.
Authentic food.
Dedication to education.
The arts.
Access to world-class medical.
investing now.
Making this community our community.
Buttermilk Junction to the Highlands. Now the City of Lamarque.
Traditions are born here.
They champs back to back to back.
Education runs deep with 6 school systems.
We are one community.
I love Lamarque.
The world record crawfish bash.
Music festival, holiday lights,
Trail rides, fishing tournaments.
We are Lamarque.
We are Lamarque, giving back to the community that built us.
Kindness matters. Lamarque cares.
From Sunday worship to Friday night lights, the future is bright.
Continued growth and vibrant rebirth.
From our backyards
to our storefronts.
This city is beautiful.
Opportunities are limitless.
From our solid foundation.
By our own creativity.
Anything is possible.
I am Lamar.
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 We are Lamar.
I am Lamar.
We are Lamar.
I am Lamar.
I am Lamar.
I am Lamar.
I am Lamar.
And so together, we are Lamar.
This is Marque.
On my way. Adam May 1035 Mary. Adam Smallville Road Trip. Skip for 4116 DW David Williams.
Go ahead and just review. 182 2949 on the PS. Actual these PS, go ahead and make one. You want the other place home?
Negative.
7 Edward Victor King 854.
77 Edward Victor King 854. Place negative 29. Current 2000 Honda out of Gardena on 145.
Hey, Marion Rock.
Don't film.
Hello, I'm Chief Kirk Jackson. It is the mission of the Marque Police Department to serve and protect the citizens of our community. We understand it can be stressful to get pulled over, but it is our goal to make sure that the officers and the citizens make it home safe each evening. For more information on traffic stops or to schedule a traffic stop demonstration by one of our officers, you can reach out to us on our Facebook page or call 409-938-9269. Together, we are community strong and Lamarque proud.
Man, the police.
Why? We haven't done anything wrong.
I can't believe this. I was doing everything by the book, and I know I wasn't speeding.
Remember what Dad taught us? We have to stay calm, no sudden movements, keep our hands visible, and be respectful. Just answer all of his questions. He's doing his job.
How can my sister be so calm and I'm freaking out? We know how this could possibly end. Arrest, assault, or even... We've all seen the news. Another senseless... Okay, stop it. I'm scaring myself.
Assess the situation. Remember the safety surroundings training. A driver and one passenger. I don't see anyone in the back seat. Driver's hands are visible. Stay alert at all times. Be aware and keep an eye on the driver and passenger. Watch their nonverbal cues and listen for anything that doesn't sound right.
I'm not going to prejudge this police officer. And I hope he hasn't prejudged me.
I'm not going to prejudge this driver, and I hope he hasn't prejudged me.
He's here to do his job.
I'm here to do my job.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Anders with the Lamarque Police Department. The reason why you're being stopped is you have a defective brake light on the passenger side of your vehicle. Also, you made an illegal right turn at the traffic light. May I have your driver's license and insurance, please?
Just remember what Dad taught you. Stay calm. My driver's license is in my wallet, which is in the console. Do you mind if I grab it?
Of course, thank you. Okay, just remain in the vehicle. I'll be back shortly. Okay, thank you, Raymond. You'll be issued a citation for the defective brake light. It's important that you get that light fixed as soon as possible, and then you'll receive a warning for the improper turn at this traffic light. All I need for you to do is sign in this box with your finger. Okay. This is the citation. If you have any questions, instructions are on the back of the citation.
Yes, sir.
That was stressful. So thankful that it's over. I wonder if Mom knows that she has a broken taillight. I'm glad you didn't argue that ticket. Remember what Dad said? The side of the road is never the place to disagree. We'll get it fixed and then call Marque Municipal Court.
I guess, Hope, you were right. Being calm and being respectful is important. That wasn't a big deal.
In Lamarque, Texas, development is coming from all directions, and Lamarque Economic Development Corporation is ready to roll out the red carpet for your grocery store, entertainment, restaurant, and retail projects. The wave is building, and we mean business. We've got the I-45 frontage, and we want you here. Lamarque is the last mainland city before you reach Galveston Island, and we're safely tucked behind a hurricane protection levee. Just 4 miles north of Galveston and 15 miles south of Bay Area Houston, Lamarque is the southern anchor to the economically strong Houston-Galveston region. With access to 4 deepwater ports, 2 Class 1 rail lines, 3 airports, and the expanding I-45 corridor. There are $1 billion in projected regional road infrastructure improvements over the next few years, along with the City of Lamarque's dedication to local infrastructure investment. Now is the time for commercial development in Lamarque. Life is good here. Citizens enjoy easy, breezy coastal living. It's a sport fisherman's paradise with a relaxed atmosphere, new schools, a nearby community college, and access to world-class travel and entertainment options. More than 7 million visitors pass through Lamarque to visit Galveston Island each year, and with the expanding cruise ship terminal, that number will continue to grow. Tap into the NASA Kima Galveston tourism market. Our power center, anchored by Walmart and Sam's, has pad sites available now, as well as parcels from a few acres up to 400. With a local population growth rate of 15.4%, 8,000 rooftops under construction, and aggressive incentives for good deals, it just makes sense. The tourism market, along with the expanding petrochemical industry in neighboring Texas City, provides a constant flow of new people, new investment, and new ideas to our city. Call us at 409-938-9258 for a tour, or visit lmedc.com to see the RTA data.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Schlitzberger and Daughters Monument Company right here in Lamarque, Texas. They offer headstones, monuments, and on-site sandblasting. This is Shine on Lamarque.
I'm Kimberly Schlitzberger Day with Schlitzberger and Daughters Monument Company, and this is Shine on Lamarque. We make memorials for cemeteries. We also do commercial sandblasting. We do custom memorials, pretty much anything that has to do with granite.
We've done war memorials. We do memorials for like ballparks and service memorials for fallen warriors, a little bit of everything, commercial sandblasting.
You know, we all have a love for the business and we love what we do. So, and most of us were raised around it, so it's because it comes naturally for us.
It gets our kids to be so much a part of the community that they live in and that they work in. We get to share that with them. They get to know people that own businesses. They get to meet the local people in the community. They get to participate. We do some things with local churches and stuff like that. So I got to do that stuff growing up. My dad was always big into community activities, and now our kids get to do that too. And I think it builds roots.
It's almost a legacy thing. A lot of people buy from their grandparents came in and bought the headstone. And then when grandma passes away, the mother comes in and she plans her headstone. And so it just goes down from generation to generation. And then we have, just namesake. Schlitzberger's hard to forget.
We've been here a long time, and we have a big footprint here. And I love the idea that we get to continue that another generation and hopefully another generation.
It's nice. We really love the location that we're at. We get a lot of business here, and I think it's definitely a place that we need to grow, especially with the freeway expanding like it is. There's a lot of opportunity for businesses.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Mobile Computer Geeks off of Highway 3 right here in Lamarque, Texas. Networking, security cameras, computer repair, they got you covered. This is Shine on Lamarque.
This is Brian Courtney, Mobile Computer Geeks, and this is Shine on Lamarque. Anything to do with computer, we'll do repairs, we do builds, we do networking, we do security cameras. We are mobile. You can either bring it into the shop or we'll go out to you. I started in 2005 out of my house, and the spot became available in 2008. We've moved here and been here ever since. Yeah, I grew up in Lamarque, graduated from Lamarque, and the spot opened up in Lamarque, so I like doing business here. From us, I've always been customer service oriented, so we try to do what we say, do it when we say we're going to do it, and just try to make everybody happy. Do a lot of computer work. We still do a lot for businesses, networking, stuff like that. It's just maybe the residential has dwindled down a little bit because people are using iPads or phones. We have several clients, accountants, and builders in Houston that we do steady business with. So, we're everywhere from the west end of Galveston through Galveston, Texas City, Lamarque, Hitchcock, Dickinson, League City. I'm mobile, so I can go anywhere. We do get quite a business from Lamarque, but we get, our building is a big advertisement, so we get a lot of business from people going to work down Highway 3. So it's easy to get around, and the people are friendly.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Razor Sharp Barbershop located in downtown Lamarque. They offer a range of services, adult cuts, shaves, children's cuts, to get your eyebrows looking right. This is Shine on Lamarque.
This is Larry Washington here at Razor Sharp Barbershop, downtown Lamarque. This is Shine on Lamarque. Well, we offer a lot of services. We offer razor shaves, bald fades, taper fades, straight haircuts, eyebrow arching. We do facials, massages, everything. We do a lot. We've been here 8 years. For one, we kid friendly. For two, we have a lot of specials. We have kids specials on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. We have a senior citizen special that we do all through the week. That's Tuesday through Saturday. We have a senior citizen discount. There's a lot of different reasons. Man, it's getting out of hand. These kids love all the crazy designs. Actually, we have all our barbers in here are excellent with the designs and mohawks, all the crazy look that's going on in the world right now. We can get that done here. It's booming. It has picked up within the 8 years we've been here. It's booming. We have a coffee shop that just built over there. We have a lot of stuff just growing up. It's actually a good thing to be down here in the heart of Lamarque. We get to see everything that's building up around here. Lamarque is building fast. We're here in the area to get to see it build and be a part of it. I would definitely say if you was looking for open up a business, Lamarque would be a place, especially downtown Lamarque. I cut a lot of people that has a lot of things to do with the city of Lamarque. Off here, I don't want to just speak out no names, but there's a lot of city workers that come in here, work for the city of Lamarque, work for the city officials, police officers. We take care of the whole city of Lamar. We plan on being here forever, right here in downtown Lamar, to help Lamar grow.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at the UPS store located at 6608 Gulf Freeway, Suite 600. Whether you're looking to have something shipped, pick up some office supplies, or get something notarized, they got you covered. This is Shine on Lamarck.
My name is Dilor Baby, and I own a UPS store in Lamarck. This is Shine on Lamarck. So UPS store, people think that we do only shipping and packing. So this is a one-stop for everything, like for a small business. So let's say you want to do a notary, you want to do shipments, you want to do packing, So let's say you have something which you have to send international, we can also do that. Then we have shredding, you name it, all kind of small things, like printing. We do a lot of printing. We get a lot of traffic from Walmart and Sam's Club. We get a lot of regular customers from, because people come to these big shopping places like Sam's Club and Walmart so we get a lot of business through them. From 2018 to 2020, I have seen a lot of growth in business. And but like I said, anywhere where there's a town growing, there's a lot of growth potential in there. So I think it will continue growing like this for next few years. I decided to open a business in Lamarck because there's a bunch of business coming here. And with all this new residential and everything coming here, I think the coming years are, going to be really good. I recommend Lamarck highly for any kind of business because there's a huge potential in this town. And the Lamarck Development Board, that will really help you from A to Z.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at the Animal Alliance of Galveston County, offering spaying, neutering, and affordable wellness services. This is Shine on Lamarck, brought to you by the Economic Development Corporation.
I'm Sherlyn Linton. I'm at the Animal Alliance of Galveston County, and this is Shine on Lamarck. Animal Alliance is a low-cost spay and neuter facility. We're a 501c3, and our mission is to provide wellness services, which is shots and things related to the wellness of the animal, and spay and neuter services to prevent and totally help overpopulation. We have, believe it or not, spayed and neutered over 109,000 animals from our clinic. Our goal is to prevent the euthanization of a healthy animal from local shelters.
It's good for the animal's health. So it's not just to reduce overpopulation, it's actually good for the dog or cat that you're spaying or neutering.
We are called from our heart and our soul to be the voice of animals in our community. And this building represents that to an absolute T. I'm very privileged to be part of this wonderful staff we have here. City of Lamarck, if you asked me how I felt about it, it would be a small town that feels like a big family. I had a wonderful education, and I'm proud to have the Animal Alliance here serving our community and the animals of our community. So the City of Lamarck is a great friend to the Animal Alliance and to everyone who lives in our city.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Art of Coffee in downtown Lamarck, now open. They have iced drinks, tea, hot drinks, pastries, muffins, gelato. This is Shine on Lamarck.
The name of this place is the famous Art of Coffee in Lamarck, Texas. Art of Coffee, we make the best coffees, smoothies, pastries, you name it, we do it here. We're a specialty coffee shop, so we'll make you the caramel macchiatos, the vanilla bombs, iced coffees. We have cold brew coffee, smoothies, all Italian beans, very high rated Lavazza. And not only that, we have very, very skilled baristas that's been doing this a long time. We're a family owned and operated coffee shop that puts our family and your family first. It's been extremely busy. It's very good. The people here are wonderful people. Well, we've always loved Lamarque, and Lamarque is a big, growing town. So we decided that we're going to go to one of the best towns around near the bay, and we found a great spot with the city, and they offered us to come here, and we jumped on the opportunity and never looked back since then. We're going to be doing poetry nights and open mic nights. We're going to have gospel night. We're going to do things the community wants. We're even talking about doing a Zumba class in here, pushing the chairs back and getting it going. But we're going to have fun. That's our main goal, is to have fun every day. Going to be redoing the whole area. So why not get here where you can put your stamp on it as well? So this area is coming back, and it's going to be pretty cool.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Southern Shingles in Lamarque, Texas. They're celebrating 5 years of being in business. They work with builders, contractors, and individuals all over the Houston area. This is Shine on Lamarque.
This is Ryan Langston with Southern Shingles, and this is Shine on Lamarque. Well, we sell to everybody. Homeowners are welcome to come in and buy roofing materials, but our main focus is builders and roofing contractors. Yeah, we have a pretty big property here. We have a warehouse that's about 15,000 square feet where we keep stuff that doesn't need to get wet. And then a lot of the roofing materials are outside. The shingles, we have about 5 acres that's concreted outside where we store all the shingles. Yeah, we carry 6 different manufacturers of shingles, a couple different varieties of shingles from that manufacturer. And each manufacturer has 6 to 10 different colors. The Southern Shingles has 6 branches here in the Houston area, but we started this one up 5 years ago. March 2nd of 2015 was our first day of operation, and we've been rolling ever since. Roofers and contractors in the area love us down here because there's not another branch like this of our competition down here in this area. Lamarque's been great to us. I had when I was opening up the branch 5 years ago, dealing with City Hall and getting all the permits and this and that, it ran smoothly. We've been right off the freeway, servicing this whole area, from Texas City, Lamarque, Galveston, all this area. It's right off the freeway. We're in a perfect spot.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at the Taco Bar, located off of FM 2004, right here inside of the Express Lane Valero. They're open at 4 a.m., close at 4 p.m., taking care of all of your taco needs. This is Shine on Lamarque.
Hey, this is Juan Francisco Garcia, and I'm at the Chef Chico Taco Bar. This is Shine on Lamar. Lamar es brillante. We got chicken tacos, beef fajita, sausage, picadillo. We got chicharrón. We got carnitas. We got all kinds of tacos. You just ask me, and I'll make it happen for you. We're in the 5291, Lamar, Texas, and the 2004. You can't miss it. It's the Green Express Line Valero. Come and see me, and I'll take care of you. Well, I always love to cook. I've been cooking for 25 years already, so, and definitely Lamar is one of the best places you can come and enjoy and like, having a great place to work and sell food. People love over here, loves tacos, loves to eat, so I thought, Houston, no way. Come to Lamar. Why tacos? Because everyone loves tacos, you know? Everyone can stop and get easy way to get a nice good plate, nice good taco. Oh, business has been growing since we opened. You know, we got brand new neighborhoods around us, so they still coming to see me. People that since we opened, they still coming over here and eat and ask for tacos. And they always ask me for something special. I always make it. People's coming. We got just neighbor right here. They're gonna open next week because they love it. They wanna come to Lamar.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Market on 3 right here in Lamarque, Texas. Car shows, snow cones, food trucks, vendors, bounce houses, and so much more. This is Shine on Lamarque.
This is Greg Cornett. We're here at Market on 3, and this is Shine on Lamarque.
We're at Market on 3. The address is 210 Highway 3 in City of Lamarque. It's right next to Hart Pharmacy, right in the center of town.
This is going on the first and the third weekend of every month.
And Market on 3 just is an opportunity for everyone to come and visit with vendors and farmers, and you can get jewelry here or farm eggs, and you can get coffee.
It's all about everybody helping each other out. I don't see anybody angry out here today. Everybody's having fun. We got all ages.
Last weekend there was a car show here. We had Mardi Gras. There was food trucks everywhere and a ton of vendors. There was probably 500 people here.
Different cultures, different people. Everybody's nice. Everybody getting along great and having a good time. That's what it's all about.
It's just a way for people that have a hobby. You know, like I say, we only charge $10 for a space, and that's kind of unheard of.
We're just trying to create an environment where people can come and hang out downtown and bring their families and have some fun and offer some entertainment options in Lamar.
Our sponsor wall, we've left the middle open, so when it gets hotter, we can do a nighttime event and maybe show a kids movie over there.
And everyone from the whole county, bring your family, bring your friends, come hang out with us at Market on 3.
COVID-19 is spreading across Galveston County, and we can all play a part in slowing it down.
It means practicing social distancing, washing our hands, and not going out in public when we're sick, and wearing a mask.
It's up to each of us to take responsibility, keep our community and each other safe. Let's do our part, Galveston County.
This is Lamarque's Kids Fish.
200 kids, 100 volunteers, parents, grandparents, and friends.
Coming together, building community for the love of fishing.
We brought our kids out here so that 3 of them could learn how to fish and the other 2 love fishing. So we hope to catch the biggest or the smallest. Either one would be great. And they're all having a great time.
Through this event, Lamarque is introducing kids to the outdoors and a healthy new hobby.
Our city council, local businesses, and community partners are all investing in Lamarque's youth.
So it's really, really important that the kids have the opportunity to come out here to learn how to fish, learn different things about the poles and the little baits and things like that. It's a good opportunity for them to just have fun, to relax, to play, and to just learn about the community and the environment that they're in, and to have the opportunity to do a lot of this stuff on their own and teach themselves and their siblings.
Fishing is the cornerstone of Gulf Coast living.
with access to bays, bayous, and lakes.
With this gear, you can fish anywhere, especially here, Highland Bayou Park, a hometown hangout.
Gotta keep the line
Be
tight.
patient.
This is more than just wetting a line.
It's building a community.
We want to introduce our kids to Lamarque City staff. Police, fire, public works, all of us.
When our kids feel secure, Lamarque thrives.
This is just the beginning. Fishing is the foundation that's growing Lamarque's future. This is Lamarque.
Daughter, you're proud of your mom, aren't you, honey?
It's easier to plan for a hurricane than to actually have to respond.
That's gonna be a hot one. Welcome to the City of Lamarque Hurricane Huddle. All right, thank you. Thank you for coming. We're the City of Lamarque Public Safety Team. We are emergency management, fire, police, and public works.
When there's an emergency, we've got your back.
We want to make sure you know who we are and what we do.
Meet us before you need us.
Pretty cool, huh?
Serving during times of emergency is what we do. Protecting and preparing our community. We love Lamarque.
We've come a long way and we're heading in the right direction.
Remembering the past while working hard, preparing for the future.
Staying positive.
And moving forward.
Coming together, making Lamarque ready for tomorrow.
We train to make our city the best that it can be.
Protecting you and your loved ones.
This is Lamarque.
Our city. We are caring for our community.
Turning friendships to family, even through times of turmoil.
Public safety, public servants ready to weather the storm. We are prepared. Are you? We are prepared. Are you?
Lamarque, stay weather aware. We're prepared. Are you?
Hurricane season is in full swing. Please make a plan for your family and your pets. For additional preparedness resources, visit storm.cityoflamarque.org. For emergencies, dial 911. We are Lamarque.
This is Lamarque, the gateway to the Gulf.
The hub of the mainland.
Life is good.
Life is good in Lamarque. Lamarque is coastal living.
Whether you are boating,
Taking your family to the park.
Or waking up to the sunrise over Galveston Bay.
Easy breezy, coastal living happens here.
This is home. This is my home.
Business thrives here.
Not everybody can do what we do.
Made in Texas, made in Lamarque, Texas.
Global shipping by air, road, rail, and port.
Lamarque means business.
Authentic food.
Dedication to education.
The arts.
Access to world-class medical.
Investing now.
Making this community our community.
Buttermilk Junction to the Highlands. Now the City of Lamarque.
Traditions are born here. State champs, back to back to back.
Education runs deep with 6 school systems.
We are one community.
I love Lamarque.
the world record crawfish bash.
Music festival, holiday lights, trail rides, fishing tournaments.
We are Lamarque.
We are Lamarque, giving back to the community that built us.
Kindness matters. Lamarque cares.
From Sunday worship to Friday night lights, the future is bright.
Continued growth and vibrant rebirth.
From our backyards to our storefronts.
This city is beautiful.
Opportunities are limitless.
From our solid foundation.
By our own creativity.
Anything is possible.
I am Lamarque.
I am Lamarque. I am Lamarque. I am Lamarque.
I am Lamarque. We are Lamarque.
I am Lamarque.
We are Lamarque.
I am Lamarque.
I am Lamarque.
I am Lamarque.
I am Lamarque.
And so together, we are Lamarque.
This is Lamarque.
5 Mary. Adam, Small Hill Road. Skip for 4116 DW David Williams. Negative. 7 Edward Victor King 854. 77 Edward Victor King 854. Place negative 29. Current 2000 Honda out of Gardena on 145. No, stop by. Rosecrans Corporal. Hey, Marion Route.
Hello, I'm Chief Kirk Jackson. It is the mission of the Lamarque Police Department to serve and protect the citizens of our community. We understand it can be stressful to get pulled over, but it is our goal to make sure that the officers and the citizens make it home safe each evening. For more information on traffic stops or to schedule a traffic stop demonstration by one of our officers, you can reach out to us on our Facebook page or call 409-938-9269. Together, we are community strong and Lamarque proud.
Man, the police.
Why? We haven't done anything wrong.
I can't believe this. I was doing everything by the book, and I know I wasn't speeding.
Remember what Dad taught us? We have to stay calm, no sudden movements, keep our hands visible, and be respectful. Just answer all of his questions. He's doing his job.
How can my sister be so calm and I'm freaking out? We know how this could possibly end. Arrest, assault, or even... We've all seen the news. Another senseless... Okay, stop it. I'm scaring myself.
Assess the situation. Remember the safety surroundings training. A driver and one passenger. I don't see anyone in the back seat. Driver's hands are visible. Stay alert at all times, be aware, and keep an eye on the driver and passenger. Watch their nonverbal cues and listen for anything that doesn't sound right.
I'm not going to prejudge this police officer, and I hope he hasn't prejudged me.
I'm not going to prejudge this driver, and I hope he hasn't prejudged me.
He's here to do his job.
I'm here to do my job.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Anders with the Lamarque Police Department. The reason why you're being stopped is you have a defective brake light on the passenger side of your vehicle. Also, you made an illegal right turn at the traffic light. May I have your driver's license and insurance, please?
Just remember what Dad taught you. Stay calm.
My driver's license is in my wallet, which is in the console. Do you mind if I grab it?
Of course, thank you. Okay, just remain in the vehicle. I'll be back shortly. Okay, thank you, Raymond. You'll be issued a citation for the defective brake light. It's important that you get that light fixed as soon as possible. And then you'll receive a warning for the improper turn at this traffic light. All I need for you to do is sign in this box with your finger. Okay. This is the citation. If you have any questions, instructions are on the back of the citation.
Yes, sir.
That was stressful. So thankful that it's over. I wonder if Mom knows that she has a broken taillight. I'm glad you didn't argue that ticket. Remember what Dad said? The side of the road is never the place to disagree. We'll get it fixed and then call Marque Municipal Court.
I guess, Hope, you were right. Being calm and being respectful is important. That wasn't a big deal.
dedication to local infrastructure investment. Now is the time for commercial development in Lamarque. Life is good here. Citizens enjoy easy, breezy coastal living. It's a sport fisherman's paradise with a relaxed atmosphere, new schools, a nearby community college, and access to world-class travel and entertainment options. More than 7 million visitors pass through Lamarque to visit Galveston Island each year, and with the expanding cruise ship terminal, that number will continue to grow. Tap into the NASA Kima Galveston tourism market. Our power center, anchored by Walmart and Sam's, has pad sites available now, as well as parcels from a few acres up to 400. With a local population growth rate of 15.4%, 8,000 rooftops under construction, and aggressive incentives for good deals, it just makes sense. The tourism market, along with the expanding petrochemical industry in neighboring Texas City, provides a constant flow of new people, new investment, and new ideas to our city. Call us at 409-938-9258 for a tour, or visit lmedc.com to see the RTA data.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Schlitzberger and Daughters Monument Company right here in Lamarque, Texas. They offer headstones, monuments, and on-site sandblasting. This is Shine on Lamarque.
I'm Kimberly Schlitzberger Day with Schlitzberger and Daughters Monument Company, and this is Shine on Lamarque. We make memorials for cemeteries. We also do commercial sandblasting. We do custom memorials, pretty much anything that has to do with granite.
We've done war memorials. We do memorials for like ballparks and service memorials for fallen warriors, a little bit of everything, commercial sandblasting.
You know, we all have a love for the business and we love what we do. So, and most of us were raised around it, so it's because it comes naturally for us.
It gets our kids to be so much a part of the community that they live in and that they work in. We get to share that with them. They get to know people that own businesses. They get to meet the local people in the community. They get to participate. We do some things with local churches and stuff like that. So I got to do that stuff growing up. My dad was always big into community activities, and now our kids get to do that too. And I think it builds roots.
It's almost a legacy thing. A lot of people buy from their grandparents came in and bought the headstone. And then when grandma passes away, the mother comes in and she plans her headstone. And so it just goes down from generation to generation. And then we have, just namesake. Schlitzberger's hard to forget.
We've been here a long time, and we have a big footprint here. And I love the idea that we get to continue that another generation and hopefully another generation.
It's nice. We really love the location that we're at. We get a lot of business here, and I think it's definitely a place that we need to grow, especially with the freeway expanding like it is. There's a lot of opportunity for businesses.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Mobile Computer Geeks off of Highway 3 right here in Lamarque, Texas. Networking, security cameras, computer repair, they got you covered. This is Shine on Lamarque.
This is Brian Courtney, Mobile Computer Geeks, and this is Shine on Lamarque. Anything to do with computer, we'll do repairs, we do builds, we do networking, we do security cameras. We are mobile. You can either bring it into the shop or we'll go out to you. I started in 2005 out of my house, and the spot became available in 2008. We've moved here and been here ever since. Yeah, I grew up in Lamarque, graduated from Lamarque, and the spot opened up in Lamarque, so I like doing business here. From us, I've always been customer service oriented, so we try to do what we say, do it when we say we're going to do it, and just try to make everybody happy. Do a lot of computer work. We still do a lot for businesses, networking, stuff like that. It's just maybe the residential has several clients, accountants, and builders in Houston that we do steady business with. So, I mean, we're everywhere from the west end of Galveston through Galveston, Texas City, Lamarck, Hitchcock, Dickinson, League City. You know, I'm mobile, so I can go anywhere. We do get quite a business from Lamarck, but we get, you know, our building is a big advertisement. So we get a lot of business from people going to work down Highway 3. So it's easy to get around, and the people are friendly.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Razor Sharp Barbershop located in downtown Lamarck. They offer a range of services, adult cuts, shaves, children's cuts, to get your eyebrows looking right. This is Shine on Lamarck.
This Well, we offer a lot of services. We have Tuesdays and Wednesdays. We have a senior citizen special that we do all through the week. That's Tuesday through Saturday. We have a senior citizen discount. It's a lot of different reasons, man. It's getting out of hand. These kids love all the crazy designs. Actually, we have all our barbers in here are excellent with the designs and mohawks, all the crazy looks that's going on in the world right now. We can get that done here. It's booming. It has picked up within the 8 years we've been here. It's booming. You know, we have a coffee shop that just built over there. We have a lot of stuff just growing up. It's actually a good thing to be down here in the heart of Lamarck. You know, we get to see everything that's building up around here. You know, Lamarck is building fast. We're here in the area to get to see it build and be a part of it. I would definitely say if you was looking for open up a business, Lamarck will be a place, especially downtown Lamarck. You know, I cut a lot of people hair that has a lot of things to do with the city of Lamarck. You know, off here, I don't want to just speak out no names, but there's a lot of city workers that come in here, work for the city of Lamarck, work for the city officials, police officers. We take care of the whole city of Lamarck. We plan on being here forever, right here in downtown Lamarck, to help Lamarck grow.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at the UPS store located at 6608 Gulf Freeway, Suite 600. Whether you're looking to have something shipped, pick up some office supplies, or get something notarized, they got you covered. This is Shine on Lamarck.
My name is Dilor Baby, and I own a UPS store in Lamarck. This is Shine on Lamarck. So UPS store, people think that we do only shipping and packing. So this is a one-stop for everything, like for a small business. So let's say you want to do a notary, you want to do shipments, you want to do packing, So let's say you have something which you have to send international, we can also do that. Then we have shredding, you name it, all kind of small things, like printing. We do a lot of printing. We get a lot of traffic from Walmart and Sam's Club. We get a lot of regular customers from, because people come to these big shopping places like Sam's Club and Walmart so we get a lot of business through them. From 2018 to 2020, I have seen a lot of growth in business. And but like I said, anywhere where there's a town growing, there's a lot of growth potential in there. So I think it will continue growing like this for next few years. I decided to open a business in Lamarck because there's a bunch of business coming here. And with all this new residential and everything coming here, I think the coming years are, going to be really good. I recommend Lamarck highly for any kind of business because there's a huge potential in this town. And the Lamarck Development Board, that will really help you from A to Z.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at the Animal Alliance of Galveston County, offering spaying, neutering, and affordable wellness services. This is Shine on Lamarck, brought to you by the Economic Development Corporation.
I'm Sherlyn Linton. I'm at the Animal Alliance of Galveston County, and this is Shine on Lamarck. Animal Alliance is a low-cost spay and neuter facility. We're a 501c3, and our mission is to provide wellness services, which is shots and things related to the wellness of the animal, and spay and neuter services to prevent and totally help overpopulation. We have, believe it or not, spayed and neutered over 109,000 animals from our clinic. Our goal is to prevent the euthanization of a healthy animal from local shelters.
It's good for the animal's health. So it's not just to reduce overpopulation, it's actually good for the dog or cat that you're spaying or neutering.
We are called from our heart and our soul to be the voice of animals in our community. And this building represents that to an absolute T. I'm very privileged to be part of this wonderful staff we have here. City of Lamarck, you asked me how I felt about it. It would be a small town that feels like a big family. I had a wonderful education, and I'm proud to have the Animal Alliance here serving our community and the animals of our community. So the City of Lamarck is a great friend to the Animal Alliance and to everyone who lives in our city.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Art of Coffee in downtown Lamarck, now open. They have iced drinks, tea, hot drinks, pastries, muffins, gelato. This is Shine on Lamarck.
The name of this place is the famous Art of Coffee in Lamarck, Texas. Art of Coffee, we make the best coffees, smoothies, pastries, you name it, we do it here. We're a specialty coffee shop, so we'll make you the caramel macchiatos, the vanilla bombs, iced coffees. We have cold brew coffee, smoothies, all Italian beans, very high rated Lavazza. And not only that, we have very, very skilled baristas that's been doing this a long time. We're a family owned and operated coffee shop that puts our family and your family first. It's been extremely busy. It's very good. The people here are wonderful people. Well, we've always loved Lamarck, and Lamarck is a big, growing town. So we decided that we're going to go to one of the best towns around near the bay, and we found a great spot with the city, and they offered us to come here, and we jumped on the opportunity and never looked back since then. We're going to be doing poetry nights and open mic nights. We're going to have gospel night. We're going to do things the community wants. We're even talking about doing a Zumba class in here, pushing the chairs back and getting it going. But we're going to have fun. That's our main goal, is to have fun every day. Going to be redoing the whole area. So why not get here where you can put your stamp on it as well? So this area is coming back, and it's going to be pretty cool.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Southern Shingles in Lamarck, Texas. They're celebrating 5 years of being in business. They work with builders, contractors, and individuals all over the Houston area. This is Shine on Lamarck.
This is Ryan Langston with Southern Shingles, and this is Shine on Lamarck. Well, we sell to everybody. Homeowners are welcome to come in and buy roofing materials, but our main focus is builders and roofing contractors. Yeah, we have a pretty big property here. We have a warehouse that's about 15,000 square feet where we keep stuff that doesn't need to get wet. And then a lot of the roofing materials are outside. The shingles, we have about 5 acres that's concreted outside where we store all the shingles. Yeah, we carry 6 different manufacturers of shingles, a couple different varieties of shingles from that manufacturer. And each manufacturer has 6 to 10 different colors. The Southern Shingles has 6 branches here in the Houston area. But we started this one up 5 years ago. March 2nd of 2015 was our first day of operation. And we've been rolling ever since. Roofers and contractors in the area love us down here because there's not another branch like this of our competition down here in this area. Lamarque's been great to us. I had when I was opening up the branch 5 years ago, dealing with City Hall and getting all the permits and this and that, it ran smoothly. We being right off the freeway, servicing this whole area, from Texas City, Lamarque, Galveston, all this area, it's right off the freeway. We're in a perfect spot.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at the Taco Bar, located off of FM 2004, right here inside of the Express Lane Valero. They're open at 4 a.m., close at 4 p.m., taking care of all of your taco needs. This is Shine on Lamarque.
Hey, this is Juan Francisco Garcia, and I'm at the Chef Chico Taco Bar. This is Shine on Lamar. Lamar es brillante. We got chicken tacos, beef fajita, sausage, picadillo. We got chicharrón. We got carnitas. We got all kinds of tacos. You just ask me, and I'll make it happen for you. We're in the 5291, Lamar, Texas, and the 2004. You can't miss it. It's the Green Express Line Valero. Come and see me, and I'll take care of you. Well, I always love to cook. I've been cooking for 25 years already, and definitely Lamar is one of the best places you can come and enjoy and having a great place to work and sell food. People love over here, loves tacos, loves to eat. So I thought, Houston, no way. Come to Lamar. Why tacos? Because everyone loves tacos, Everyone can stop and get easy way to get a nice, good plate, nice, good taco. Oh, business has been growing since we opened. We got brand new neighborhoods around us, so they still coming to see me. People that since we opened, they still coming over here and eat and ask for tacos. And they always ask me for something special. I always make it. People's coming. We got just neighbor right here. They're gonna open next week because they love it. They wanna come to Lamar.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Market on 3 right here in Lamarque, Texas. Car shows, snow cones, food trucks, vendors, bounce houses, and so much more. This is Shine on Lamarque.
This is Greg Cornett. We're here at Market on 3, and this is Shine on Lamarque.
We're at Market on 3. The address is 210 Highway 3 in City of Lamarque. It's right next to Hart Pharmacy, right in the center of town.
This is going on the first and the third weekend of every month.
And Market on 3 just is an opportunity for everyone to come and visit with vendors and farmers, and you can get jewelry here or farm eggs, and you can get coffee.
It's all about everybody helping each other out. I don't see anybody angry out here today. Everybody's having fun. We got all ages.
Last weekend there was a car show here. We had Mardi Gras. There was food trucks everywhere and a ton of vendors. There was probably 500 people here.
Different cultures, different people. Everybody's nice. Everybody getting along great and having a good time. That's what it's all about.
It's just a way for people that have a hobby. Like I say, we only charge $10 for a space, and that's kind of unheard of.
And we're just trying to create an environment where people can come and hang out downtown and bring their families and have some fun and offer some entertainment options in Lamar.
Our sponsor wall, we've left the middle open, so when it gets hotter, we can do a nighttime event and maybe show a kids movie over there.
And everyone from the whole county, bring your family, bring your friends, come hang out with us at Marque on 3.
COVID-19 is spreading across Galveston County, and we can all play a part in slowing it down.
It means practicing social distancing, washing our hands, and not going out in public when we're sick, and wearing a mask.
It's up to each of us to take responsibility, keep our community and each other safe. Let's do our part, Galveston County.
This is Lamarck's Kids Fish.
200 kids, 100 volunteers, parents, grandparents, and friends.
Coming together, building community for the love of fishing.
We brought our kids out here so that 3 of them could learn how to fish and the other 2 love fishing. So we hope to catch the biggest or the smallest. Either one would be great. And they're all having a great time.
Through this event, Lamarque is introducing kids to the outdoors and a healthy new hobby.
Our city council, local businesses, and community partners are all investing in Lamarque's youth.
So it's really, really important that the kids have the opportunity to come out here to learn how to fish, learn different things about the poles and the little baits and things like that. It's a good opportunity for them to just have fun, to relax, to play, and to just learn about the community and the environment that they're in, and to have the opportunity to do a lot of this stuff on their own and teach themselves and their siblings.
Fishing is the cornerstone of Gulf Coast living, with access to bays, bayous, and lakes.
With this gear, you can fish anywhere, especially here, Highland Bayou Park, a hometown hangout.
Gotta keep the line
Be
tight.
patient.
This is more than just wetting a line. It's building a community.
We want to introduce our kids to Lamarque City staff. Police, fire, public works, all of us.
When our kids feel secure, Lamarque thrives.
This is just the beginning. Fishing is the foundation that's growing Lamarque's future. This is Lamarque.
Daughter, you're proud of your mom, aren't you, honey?
It's easier to plan for a hurricane than to actually have to respond.
That's gonna be a hot one. Welcome to the City of Lamarque Hurricane Huddle. All right, thank you. Thank you for coming.
We're the City of Lamarque Public Safety Team. We are emergency management, fire, police, and public works.
When there's an emergency, we've got your back.
We want to make sure you know who we are and what we do.
Meet us before you need us.
Pretty cool, huh?
Serving during times of emergency is what we do. Protecting and preparing our community. We love Lamarque.
We've come a long way and we're headed in the right direction.
Remembering the past while working hard, preparing for the future.
Staying positive.
And moving forward.
Coming together, making Lamarque ready for tomorrow.
We train to make our city the best that it can be.
Protecting you and your loved ones. This is Lamarque.
Our city. We are caring for our community.
Turning friendships to family, even through times of turmoil.
Public safety, public servants ready to weather the storm.
We are prepared. Are you? We are prepared. Are you?
Lamarque, stay weather aware. We're prepared. Are you?
Hurricane season is in full swing. Please make a plan for your family and your pets. For additional preparedness resources, visit storm.cityoflamarck.org. For emergencies, dial 911. We are Lamarck.
This is Lamarck, the gateway to the Gulf.
The hub of the mainland.
Life is good.
Life is good in Lamarck.
Lamarck is coastal living.
Whether you are boating,
taking your family to the park,
or waking up to the sunrise over Galveston Bay.
Easy breezy, coastal living happens here.
This is home. This is my home.
Business thrives here.
Not everybody can do what we do.
Made in Texas, made in Lamarck, Texas.
Global shipping by air, road, rail, and port.
Lamarck means business.
Authentic food.
dedication to education,
The arts.
Access to world-class medical.
investing now.
Making this community our community.
Buttermilk Junction to the Highlands, now the city of Lamarck.
Traditions are born here. State champs, back to back to back.
Education runs deep with 6 school systems.
We are one community.
I love Lamarck.
the world record crawfish bash.
Music festival, holiday lights, trail rides, fishing tournaments.
We are Lamarck.
We are Lamarck, giving back to the community that built us.
Kindness matters. Lamarck cares.
From Sunday worship to Friday night lights, the future is bright.
Continued growth and vibrant rebirth.
From our backyards to our storefronts.
This city is beautiful.
Opportunities are limitless.
From our solid foundation.
By our own creativity.
Anything is possible.
I am Lamarck.
I am Lamar.
I am Lamar.
I am Lamar.
I am Lamar. We are Lamar.
I am Lamarck.
We are Lamar.
I am Lamarck.
I am Lamar. I am Lamar.
I am Lamarck.
And so together, we are Lamarck.
This is Lamarck.
On my way. Adam May 1035 Mary. Adam, Small Hill Road. the other vehicle. Negative. 7 Edward Victor King 854. 77 Edward Victor King 854. Place negative 29. Current 2000 Honda out of Gardena on 145. Rosecrans Corporal. Hey, Marion Rob.
Hello, I'm Chief Kirk Jackson. It is the mission of the Lamarque Police Department to serve and protect the citizens of our community. We understand it can be stressful to get pulled over, but it is our goal to make sure that the officers and the citizens make it home safe each evening. For more information on traffic stops or to schedule a traffic stop demonstration by one of our officers, you can reach out to us on our Facebook page or call 409-938-9269. Together, we are community strong and Lamarque proud.
Man, the police.
Why? We haven't done anything wrong.
I can't believe this. I was doing everything by the book, and I know I wasn't speeding.
Remember what Dad taught us? We have to stay calm, no sudden movements, keep our hands visible, and be respectful. Just answer all of his questions. He's doing his job.
How can my sister be so calm and I'm freaking out? We know how this could possibly end. Arrest, assault, or even... We've all seen the news. Another senseless... Okay, stop it. I'm scaring myself.
Assess the situation. Remember the safety surroundings training. A driver and one passenger. I don't see anyone in the back seat. Driver's hands are visible. Stay alert at all times. Be aware and keep an eye on the driver and passenger. Watch their nonverbal cues and listen for anything that doesn't sound right.
I'm not going to prejudge this police officer. And I hope he hasn't prejudged me.
I'm not going to prejudge this driver, and I hope he hasn't prejudged me.
He's here to do his job.
I'm here to do my job.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Anders with the Lamarque Police Department. The reason why you're being stopped is you have a defective brake light on the passenger side of your vehicle. Also, you made an illegal right turn at the traffic light. May I have your driver's license and insurance, please?
Just remember what Dad taught you. Stay calm. My driver's license is in my wallet, which is in the console. Do you mind if I grab it?
Of course, thank you. Okay, just remain in the vehicle. I'll be back shortly. Okay, thank you, Raymond. You'll be issued a citation for the defective brake light. It's important that you get that light fixed as soon as possible, and then you'll receive a warning for the improper turn at this traffic light. All I need for you to do is sign in this box with your finger. Okay. This is the citation. If you have any questions, instructions are on the back of the citation.
Yes, sir.
That was stressful. So thankful that it's over. I wonder if Mom knows that she has a broken taillight. I'm glad you didn't argue that ticket. Remember what Dad said? The side of the road is never the place to disagree. We'll get it fixed and then call Marque Municipal Court.
I guess, Hope, you were right. Being calm and being respectful is important. That wasn't a big deal.
In Lamarque, Texas, development is coming from all directions, and Lamarque Economic Development Corporation is ready to roll out the red carpet for your grocery store, entertainment, restaurant, and retail projects. The wave is building, and we mean business. We've got the I-45 frontage, and we want you here. Lamarque is the last mainland city before you reach Galveston Island, and we're safely tucked behind a hurricane protection levee. Just 4 miles north of Galveston and 15 miles south of Bay Area Houston, Lamarque is the southern anchor to the economically strong Houston-Galveston region. With access to 4 deepwater ports, 2 Class 1 rail lines, 3 airports, and the expanding I-45 corridor. There are $1 billion in projected regional road infrastructure improvements over the next few years, along with the City of Lamarque's dedication to local infrastructure investment. Now is the time for commercial development in Lamarque. Life is good here. Citizens enjoy easy, breezy coastal living. It's a sport fisherman's paradise with a relaxed atmosphere, new schools, a nearby community college, and access to world-class travel and entertainment options. More than 7 million visitors pass through Lamarque to visit Galveston Island each year, and with the expanding cruise ship terminal, that number will continue to grow. Tap into the NASA Kima Galveston tourism market. Our power center, anchored by Walmart and Sam's, has pad sites available now, as well as parcels from a few acres up to 400. With a local population growth rate of 15.4%, 8,000 rooftops under construction, and aggressive incentives for good deals, it just makes sense. The tourism market, along with the expanding petrochemical industry in neighboring Texas City, provides a constant flow of new people, new investment, and new ideas to our city. Call us at 409-938-9258 for a tour or visit lmedc.com to see the RTA data.
This is Gardy with KHEA Radio. I'm at Schlitzberger and Daughters Monument Company right here in Lamarque, Texas. They offer headstones, monuments, and on-site sandblasting. This is Shine on Lamarque.
I'm Kimberly Schlitzberger Day with Schlitzberger and Daughters Monument Company, and this is Shine on Lamarque. We make memorials for cemeteries. We also do commercial sandblasting. We do custom memorials, pretty much anything that has to do with granite.
We've done war memorials. We do memorials for like ballparks and service memorials for fallen warriors, a little bit of everything, commercial sandblasting.
You know, we all have a love for the business and we love what we do. So, and most of us were raised around it, so it's just it comes naturally for us.
It gets our kids to be so much a part of the community that they live in and that they work in. We get to share that with them. They get to know people that own businesses. They get to meet the local people in the community. They get to participate. We do some things with local churches and stuff like that. So I got to do that stuff growing up. My dad was always big into community activities, and now our kids get to do that too. And I think it builds roots.
It's almost a legacy thing. A lot of people buy from their grandparents came in and bought the headstone. And then when grandma passes away, the mother comes in and she plans her headstone. And so it just goes down from generation to generation. And then we have, just namesake. Schlitzberger is hard to forget.
We've been here a long time, and we have a big footprint here. And I love the idea that we get to continue that another generation and hopefully another generation.
It's nice. We really love the location that we're at. We get a lot of business here, and I think it's definitely a place that we need to grow, especially with the freeway expanding like it is. There's a lot of opportunity for businesses.
Was there any particular reason we were talking about headstones after such a large lunch?
Well, sure hope not.
Me too. $2:00. Who are we missing, if anyone?
The only one that I don't see back on is Councilman Lane.
Would you like to go ahead and get started and he can catch up with us?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I just sent him a text, so we'll see if he responds shortly. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Let me get to the item that we're going to start with for the afternoon, and I will let Susie start talking about it once I get there.
Yeah. Just for the record, this is a continuation of Budget Workshop, July 27th, 2020, City of Lamarck, 2 p.m. Thank you, sir.
There we are, Susie. It's all yours.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that everyone had a good lunch. I did. I got sunshine, vitamin E. So that was great lunch for me from the sun. Anyway, before lunch, I did forget to mention one more thing on the property taxes. Around February, I believe, a TERS was established. It was created for Omega Bay. We have the certified roll, but we do not have the numbers for Omega Bay yet. Not ready. As soon as GCAT provides me that number, we'll know what dollar amount the incremental of the values to allocate for the TERS. But right now, I don't have any information. So I already sent out a request to GCAT to provide that to me. So I am at their mercy. As soon as we know, we'll let everyone know. Moving on with debt. Okay, in front of you, it is a chart of all the debts citywide that we have. This should give you an idea of what level of debt that we are currently. Of course, 2021, that's because we have the initial payment for our 2020 CO, which council blessed. And once the initial payment is paid, then afterward, the debt level should be lowered, but it's just the initial payment. And the principal is $910,000. So that's what's causing the graph to look like this. And then over time, you should see it kind of levels out with other debts and it should drop off. And that level should be our opportunity to have additional debt or just free up some money, whatever the case is, but it's there. Moving on to next page, which is the chart. And for those of us like
Susie,
myself,
what tab and page are we on right now? It's
right
tab
now,
4. Tab 4, page 106.
Thank
you. Big tab 4.
So now for those of us who like numbers instead of graphics, here are the actual numbers for each of the debts that we have currently. And the next one that should drop off should be the GCWA debt. That will be occurring in fiscal year 2013. So, but that's all the numbers. That in case you have any questions, that you like details, these are all the numbers that we have. And then the following page, which is page number, there we go. We give you the purposes of each series of debt, why, you know, just so an idea of why we issue these debts and what benefits you should see from each of them, paid for or funded by the debt that we're incurring. And then moving on to the following page, the top part that says debt service fund. This is on just the governmental side, meaning anything that's equipment for street department, police, fire, so forth. We pay out of here. And currently for next year, we budgeted around $928,000 worth of debt. Okay. Now the utility fund is under page number 77 in your binder. So page 77. And that's inside the utility fund. You overdid it. Almost there. Okay, great. Okay, this is where we captured all the utility debts that paid in the budget, meaning the wastewater treatment plant expansion, the AMI meter, those projects. They're all captured on this page. These are all the debt payments, and we budgeted for 2021 $1.9 million. Again, that's because of this $910,000 out of the 2020 CO that we just incurred. So basically, that's pretty much all the debt that I need to bring to everyone's attention. Unless there are any questions. Next year, the $910,000 is only 1 year, the initial payment of the principal. That way, we can lessen the burden. So, second year, it should drop, and that's why that chart shows it's going to drop tremendously. This is only the initial year. The lower your principal, the less burden you have to carry in terms of interest cost. So I'll entertain any questions anybody has or concerns anybody has. Again, the numbers are black and white. It is what it is.
Thank you, Susie.
Yes, sir.
Anybody have any questions related to the debt service? Okay, if you will go back in your binders now, we don't have a set page for the proposed compensation adjustments, do we, Susie?
No, sir.
Okay, so if you'll go back in your binder now to, it would be the actual 4th page from the front, which is the contract with the citizens. I want to talk about that real quick. Let me get it pulled up here. Again, this would be page 4 and page 5 from the front in your binder. They're not numbered, but it would be the 4th and 5th page from the very front of your binder. I just kind of wanted to go over some of this stuff real quick because this is we just talked about the first debt payment on the 2020 bonds and the size of it and why it. And when we went into budget last year, we talked about all the things that we were going to add in for that 6-cent tax increase to be able to do the bond and be able to do those other things. So I wanted to run through that list real quick with everybody, just so everybody could see what the status is on everything that we had in there for the year. Out of the general fund, that's this top portion of the page right here. This is everything we talked about that would be financed out of the general fund. Finance, we had the funding of a finance specialist, and that position has been created. Development services, we had a permit clerk and a planner and inspector, and those 2 positions were created and hired. Under IT, we had the building maintenance tech. That position was hired. Those were all positions that had been talked about by the council the year before. And we were able to get those once we had the permanent funding source for them. We were able to get those done. The 2 fire trucks are both ordered and pending delivery. They're on their way. Police station, we had the repaint of the Department of Justice surplus vehicles. That's completed now, or close to being completed. If it's not completed, they were being rotated out of Huntsville to get them done. Under our Public Works Department, the 3 maintenance technician positions, those positions were all hired. The hydraulic shop vehicle lift, we put that on hold for now as we had some discussions about the previous council meeting about the ABC buildings and discussion about maybe having a workshop to talk about the future of that property over there. So rather than expending that money in the existing shop, we decided to hold that until we got to the point where we were ready to have that discussion and move forward with that. The landscaping and dump trailer, they've got the bids now. Playground equipment, because of COVID-19 and social distancing, we have not purchased that equipment to put it out yet, so it's on hold. It's that money's there to do that. The articulating boom truck, the front end loader, the westward drainage project, and the renovation of the existing public works center, or those three. The boom truck, the front end loader, and the westward drainage improvement. You guys approved the bids for those at the last council meeting, so they're all in process. The renovation of the existing public works service center, again, until we have the discussions about the ABC buildings and what we're going to do over there, we're holding that until then. The I-45 project with TxDOT, the TxDOT agreement's been established, and that money's set aside. So as those bills start to come in from TxDOT, we're ready to start paying on those. We had a line item for renovation of city facilities. That was $1 million that was put in there. So it was discussed of renovating the potential of a building that we were looking at acquiring from the school district to be renovated as a potential police department. That money is still on hold until we decide what we're doing with buildings. The extra money that was put into training, the PD de-escalation training, was completed as requested during the course of the budget year. We also were able to train a couple of our officers to be trainers so we can continue the training within the department. And then there were some other trainings that were scheduled to be done, but of course, with COVID-19, we've not had a chance to complete those yet. So that was a total of about $4.062 million that came out of the general fund related to that, and then out of the utility fund, the public service department, we had 1 receptionist and 5 maintenance techs. Those positions all been created. We're still have 1 maintenance tech left to hire. I think we may have actually done that since we updated this sheet, but those are pretty close to being done. The utility billing, the part-time customer service rep, that position has been filled. And then we had a skid steer with a hydraulic hammer and a skid steer loader with attachments. Skid steer loader with the attachments were replaced with the purchase of the front end loader because we got such a good deal on it. The skid steer hydraulic hammer, we're waiting until next fiscal year to bring it in. And the trench and shoring box was purchased. So we had promised last year that at the start of this year, we would talk about all the things that we said we were going to do. Of course, wastewater treatment plant, we've been giving pretty constant updates on that. It's in the planning phase. The Headworks project has already started. Let me get to this page. The vac truck for Public Works, that's already been purchased, and it is pending delivery. The Main Street lift station control box and privacy fence has been completed. Delaney lift station, that project is in progress right now. The additional Gulf Coast water, we talked about that a while ago, what's going on with that. The wastewater plant expansion design phase, that project is ongoing, as well as the wastewater treatment plant headworks. The headworks are probably 60% completed, maybe 70% by now. We don't have a whole lot more to do over there to have that project completed and have it fully functional. The FM 1764 water well site, that one we're still dealing with TCEQ. For some reason, they're having problems finding permits for a well that we've had for 40 years. And so that's on hold because of TCEQ, but they are continuing to work on that. 6th Street lift station is in progress. And then all the ones on the bottom, Cedar and Highway 3, Hathaway, McKinney, the FM 204 lift station, Volney, Jackson and Lake Road, Magnolia. Those are all pending completion of the headworks. The headworks project has to be done before those can be done. So as soon as the headworks project is done, that's the next phase of that project. And then the rehabilitation of the Gulf Greyhound elevated storage, which we're going to have to change the name of, is in design phase right now, and that project should be moving forward pretty quick as well. So that's all the items that we had from the increase in property tax last year, and all the projects that we talked about that we were going to get done for the citizens under those. And so as you can see, every one of them is moving forward, or some of the smaller ones already completed. Obviously, we're moving forward with the bigger infrastructure projects as we go. Now that we have the funding from the bond, that should move forward a little bit quicker. Any questions on the checkoff list? Okay, so now if you'll go back to page, see, it would be right behind that in your binder is the letter that came with the transmittal letter that came with the budget for this year. Let me get it up on the screen. That's not it. Okay, so the actual budget letter that came with it on this proposed compensation adjustments, we talked about the salary survey that we've got completed, and we're going to get you a printed copy so it's easier to read that for further discussion on Thursday or throughout this process as we go through the process. But one of the things that we also talked about in here was our employees and trying to keep up with us utilizing the survey that was basically done last year on the salary survey, and having to use those numbers to do our survey about doing something for our other employees who aren't covered by a CBA, as far as trying to make sure that we keep them up with what's going on. And of course, with COVID-19 and extra expenses that everybody's seeing to it, and the struggles that everybody's going through right now, we did include in the proposed budget it's on page 4 of that transmittal letter. We did include in the proposed budget a proposed 2% cost of living increase for everybody who is not covered by a CBA. That would be less than what the CBAs require that we pay for the employees in that department, but at least it would be something so we can try to keep them up as much as possible during this time. There was a 2% cost of living increase included for the regular employees that are not CBA covered.
King.
Yes, sir.
Really quickly, that has nothing to do with the salary adjustments that you mentioned to us earlier, right? This is something that's exclusive of that.
That is correct. It is exclusive of that.
Gotcha. Thanks.
And actually was intended to, if we can at least get phase 1 done, then this would be above phase 1. So the phase 1 would get them to the minimum, and then the 2% would go on top of that.
Gotcha.
If that makes so that way they're not right at the bottom.
Gotcha.
Any other questions on the proposed cost of living increase? Okay, Mayor, were you able to get back on? Yeah, I see you on there. Okay, next item. Now we'll jump into the department budgets. So the next one will be under big tab 1, little tab 1. The first item that we have in there, and let me get it up on the screen. Oh, I had it up on the screen.
Yeah, I got back on. Says my connection is a bit unstable, but I'm not offended personally by that, and I'm here, so.
Okay, good. Okay, so big tab 1, little tab 1, it would be starting with page 10 and 11 in your budget notebook. We have city council goals that are listed there. And what I did for the goals on yours was to look at a combination of what was established last year and what you guys established in the budget retreat. So we made sure that we included in there the goals that you had established for yourselves in the budget retreat. So that way it's consistent with the document that you guys adopted after the council retreat last year. Anybody have any questions on that? Next, city council budget. Let me pull this up. We maintained everything in the city council budget at the same levels as what they were the year before, with the exception of adding in for each one of the council members last year. We had added in a $5,000 line item for council members to be able to do stuff within their districts if they had special projects that were just for inside their districts. And we added in that same line item for the mayor for this coming budget because he has a specific citywide project that he wants to try to implement for the kids. And so we added in that one line item, and that would be the only change in the council budget for this year. Anybody have any questions on the council budget?
No, thank you, Tink.
Oh, you want to say that again, Casey? I couldn't hear you.
I just said thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay, moving on to the next group, the city manager's office. Organizational structure for the city manager's office will be unchanged from last year. Remembering that we did add in the building maintenance tech last year, so that is a position that wasn't in the budget until you all approved it last year, and so it was in this year's current budget and will be maintained. In FY 03 or FY 2021, same number of staff members in the structure. For the goals for the city manager's office, I changed up some of the goals for this year based on what we had last year. Obviously adding in a goal related to the COVID-19 pandemic and making sure that we continue to provide real solutions for administration under the pandemic and that protect the health of our city employees and our citizens. I talked to council last year during this time about trying to get put together during the course of the year a professional development plan for the entire city that focused on succession planning. The directors have done a pretty good job of putting together their plans for their departments. Now we've just got to get the whole plan put together, where it focuses on training people, moving people up, developing our employees from the inside rather than having to go outside to get them. Making sure that if we get good local talent hired in some of the entry level positions, that we can develop them for future leadership positions in the city. So we should be getting that plan finalized during this year. We'll bring it to council when we get it finalized. Continuing to provide training, expanding opportunities for our city employees. Continuing to evaluate city infrastructure, providing city council with realistic alternatives to addressing our aging infrastructure needs. Continue to actively seek out grant funding opportunities for major city needs. So we did acquire one grant this last year for the $1.5 million for the Marion Melody project. We have been given notice that we acquired the parks grant for the boat ramp at Mayhem Park, which is a $500,000 grant that we are about to go into the planning phase on that. That was a boating and waterways grant that is available every year that nobody had ever tried to utilize here. We think we're going to be able to put a really nice facility in there at Mayhem Park for our people that utilize the old structure there to give them more access to the bayou behind Mayhem Park. And then we've got, of course, this mitigation grant, and we'll be working diligently on that mitigation grant over the course of the next few months to make sure that we realize full potential out of that grant that we can get out of that grant. Evaluating and updating the employee personnel policies and procedures. I think since I've been here, we've probably done in the neighborhood of 20 administrative policies for how different things get done. Lots of direction had been given verbally before, but there was not formalized policies for that direction. So of course some of that got changed, but some of it and some other stuff got formalized in policy to make sure that when people are doing something related to their job, that they have a document that says that's the way they're supposed to be doing it. But the personnel policy, obviously our personnel policy for the city has been, it's old, it needs to be updated. It's been a while since it's been updated. So we've got to do something where we can get some updates to that, making sure that it meets the needs of our employees, that it's legal, that it meets all current employment laws that are out there. There was a stab taken at it a couple of years ago, but it was never taken to council for formal adoption. So hoping during the course of this year, we can I get a chance to review that, we can go through it and we can actually get that to council for adoption. Again, promoting and working on the current compensation plan and trying to get that implemented. And then just some basic stuff down there at the end about trying to make sure we're doing stuff to modernize and to be innovative in the things that we're doing within our city. The city council or the city manager's budget for the year. If you'll see, it's unchanged. Down at the bottom line, it's the exact same as it was last year. We did not provide or did not propose any changes in the city manager's office budget for this year. Did keep in there the contingency for emergency, and as you can see, we've utilized almost all that this year. We've utilized that for everything from expenses related to fixing. I think we used it to fix a broken water line. We used it for a bunch of different things during the course of this year. And it just saves having to run back to council if we have some small expenses someplace and no place to pay for them. We're able to be able to cover them and pay for them. Did keep in the $10,000 for the Juneteenth celebration, even though they were not able to do the full celebration this year the way they wanted to. We're hoping that next year that celebration will be back on. And also kept in the $10,000 for the certified public management scholarships. As you know, last year you guys approved funding 2 scholarships. And working with the University of Houston, we were able to take those 2 scholarships and turn them into basically 4 seats. And so we have 4 employees in there this year and planning on having 4 additional employees in there next year. And everything else remains the same. Anybody have any questions related to that budget?
Yeah, I did, Tink. I'm sorry. So the internship, the last line item on this budget, is that confused me because it was a 0. Can you just elucidate for me?
Okay, yes, we actually included it. It probably just didn't get included in this update. That's why it hadn't changed. We did include $25,000. That was in the, we talked about it in the letter, and it was something that we incorporated right at the very end after we made sure we were able to cover it. We want to incorporate $25,000 in that budget for the development of a summer intern program to fund local youth to work for 10 weeks in our city departments. One, it would give some of our local kids a summer job. 2, it gives them an opportunity to be exposed to the police department, the fire department, public works, all of our departments, and see if there's a place that they would be interested in working on a career within the city and being able to promote our city to our kids and see if we can get some of our local kids to get interested in working for their city upon retirement or upon graduation.
No, I think it's great. I just was curious why is it a 0 line item here?
I don't know, Susie, can you answer that?
Yes. Thank you. Actually, if you look on page, let me see here, page 7, we included that as part of capital, and that's all the one-time items. On top line under that section, it says internship program, 25,000. Because this is not like part of the operating where you pay a salary. This is a program. So we included in that section, we kind of pulled it away and included that as part of the capital and programs and debt section.
Thank you.
It's on page 7 of the binder.
I see it. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure it was somewhere.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
No, you're great. Thank you.
Hey, Tink. Hey,
yes,
Tink.
Sir.
Hey, when you and I worked on this, we agreed to looking at 10 interns. Is that 25,000 going to cover those 10 interns?
25,000 will cover 8. If we want to do more, we can pull from someplace else to do it. When we got done, we had like pennies left. So I did as much as I could with what we had. If you guys want to increase it to 10, I have no problem with increasing it to 10. I think we can find sufficient places for them to work. But we had it in the placeholder when I talked to you before. The placeholder I had in here for it was at the 8 with that 25,000. And then by the time we got done putting in increases and insurance and everything, there just wasn't any extra to pull over and put in there.
let's fix this real quick. I'm asking, I work with you on this, so I'm asking us to go up to 10. I'm asking Chris, Bobby, or Casey. I'm asking you all to give me two other affirmatives so we can give Tink a little direction.
They also comment, Cole, can you hear me?
Okay, two of you were talking at once there, so it was jumbled.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Can hear you now, Mayor.
I think, yes, I'm part of that three, Mayor Pro Tem, and I would also like to volunteer for this program to give back my $5,000 allotted this year, because with COVID-19, I don't think my outdoor event is probably going to be able to happen. So I'd happily give back $5,000 towards the mentorship program.
I appreciate that, Mayor.
That's an easy fix.
Yeah. And whatever I could do to be of any assistance, count me in. So if that includes me giving back my 5K, I concur with that sentiment.
I appreciate that. Tink, did that give you a little direction?
That was easy.
There you go. Thank you, Tink, for working with me on this. I appreciate it.
Okay, so we will make that adjustment. We will take the 5,000 out of the council budget for mayor. Actually, Mayor, how about we just is everybody okay with us just leaving it like it is? But mayor's 5,000 will be designated to pay for 2 more spots. That way, in the next year in the budget, it's already set up for that 5,000 to be there for the mayor's spot, and we don't forget about that.
I appreciate it.
Okay, we'll do it that way. Got that, Susie?
Yes, sir. I'm making notes.
Okay, I'm trying to remember if there was anything else that stuck out in there that was important. No, I think everything else is pretty straightforward. Any other questions any other questions related to the city manager's budget? Okay, moving on. Human resources, our gigantic one-person department of human resources.
I'm here.
We have, Patty, you want to talk about your goals?
Goals. Yes, I am doing some more training. We're bringing some more training in. We're having different events that we can have during COVID. I'm not sure what all is allowed this year, but we're doing open enrollment's going to be different this year because of with our insurance, which starts in September. It's going to be more of a Zoom. I'm doing a webinar next week on that, how we can handle it. So it'll be easy for the present employees and future employees to come on board. We're going to be doing virtual visits with our vendors as far as benefits, ICMA, Premier, Section 125, all the different vendors we have come in, and in the fall, we will be doing, having Zoom like this. I'm not sure how we're going to do it with our employees, but that's what this webinar is about. All the different cities are basically having to do different this year. So my goal is to work with these in this webinar and with other cities, HR professionals, so we can make it easy on our employees.
Okay, thank you, Patty. And the list of accomplishments, you want to go through what you figure were your accomplishments this year, Patty?
Okay, yes, we audited all the HR files, the personnel files we scanned, and they're all digital now. So we do have hard copies, but we also have the digital copies in STW, which is our software system. So in case we have any kind of disaster and everything, we always have a backup on our drive and on the system. I'm working with our brokers, with our insurance, and we've all been doing that, our committee, including the city manager, as far as getting our bids down, and we're almost there. So that's been a major thing for the last few months. Like I said, I already talked about the open enrollment. We do Zoom, and the benefit. The random drug testing, that's something that we've been doing with our safety and public safety employees, public sensitive, like fire and police and CDL drivers. So we're working on that. So we can keep them. They all drive our city trucks. We want to make sure they're safe and the city is under no liability. So we do that random drug testing every quarter. We're also organizing another wellness fair this year and a biometric screening. Like I said, that all depends on how the COVID goes. But we're hoping that that usually happens in January. So hopefully things are better by then. We also have a wellness committee that looks at everything that to keep our employees healthy. And so that's in the role too. We also have organized, because I'm a civil service director, we organize the police entrance exam and promotional exams for next year. Next year we'll have probably 3 entrance exams, depending on the need for them, depending on officers, if they stay with us. Hopefully they will. If not, we'll have to have other entrance exams. Also, we'll have just because we have to have an eligibility list for lieutenants and sergeants and corporals, we'll be doing those 3 exams this year. Because each year we have to have an eligibility list. The list lasts 1 year. Legally, we only can do it for 1 year because we're under civil service rules and regulations. I do all the payroll maintenance, so we try to keep up to make sure we really don't have very many mistakes, because Misty and I work pretty close together as far as payroll and making sure everybody's check is accurate. We don't have any complaints here because we work hard together. We will be continuing to promote the employee recognition program, which, that usually is done at the Christmas party. Again, we may have to do that a different way this year. Hopefully this COVID will move on out. So, but otherwise we will be doing that. We recognize all our employees, 5, 10, 15, 25, 20, 25 years of employment. We give them awards and certificates. So that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you, Patty. And then the HR budget. Again, another one, flat budget, no increase. No increases anticipated in expenditures from HR. Anybody have any questions of Patty or about the HR budget?
I did. Thanks so much, Patty. This is great. And I know this year with the wellness thing, everything has probably been super bizarro. That goes without saying. But I had a question for y'all, whether the city could look into finding a way to offer therapy for employees via telehealth. And I don't know if that's something that's already happening with our current benefits and wellness and whatnot. It's just something that's been on my mind because for my organization, where I'm the director, we're contracting with the Family Service Center to offer free therapy to employees because of just what a traumatic time we're going through. And I thought, if that's not something we're doing, I'd love to know how we could do that. Yes,
we do have what we call Deer Oaks Employee Assistant Program, and they offer, because we pay the benefit for each employee to get any kind of counseling they need through, and we send out occasionally different things through this COVID, since this has started, things where they can call. They have counselors, telecommunicate, or they can actually, right now they're just doing telecommunication. Okay. But we pay up to 6 visits, and they also they have all kind of resources, and we have a lot of participation. We don't know, I don't know. Pardon me?
I said good.
Yeah, we only see the percentage of employees that participated per year, because because of HIPAA laws, we don't know anything about what they discuss. And we always verify that with our employees and make sure they know that this is all confidential if they call and talk about any kind of problem, not just COVID, anything. But it's a very good service because our employees always call and say, we really appreciate that the city does this for us. And we have a lot, some people have deaths in the family or,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
any kind of problems, but they're there. They got a phone number they can call, make appointments when we didn't have COVID, but now they can do it all telecommunication.
That's great. Thank you so much for confirming that for me. I'm really, really glad to hear
You're
that.
welcome.
Just to follow up on that a little bit there too. Also, if she said they get 6 sessions for free, most of the time, if they need to extend those sessions, I know what I've seen historically with EAP is if they need to extend it, most of the time their health coverage will cover it. So if 6 sessions isn't enough to deal with whatever they're trying to deal with, most of the time your health insurance will cover it, and then it's just the regular health insurance copay when you go for extended sessions. So that EAP program for government employees is a very, very good program. Okay, any other questions related to the HR budget or any other questions for Patty? Okay, thank you, Patty.
Thank you.
Okay, and the next one we have on the list for today is the city clerk, and that is on page 42 in your binder. If you want to follow along in your binder, I'll get it up here on the screen. And I know I'm not positive. Kira, has Robin made it back yet?
Sorry, I was muted. I don't believe so. I haven't spoken with her since earlier this morning.
Okay, let me click on here real quick. I know she said she thought she was probably going to be in about 3 o'clock, and it's a little bit ahead of that. But I think that's probably okay. So there's on page 42 is where the city clerk starts. That would be behind green tab number 7 in section 1. Structure the same as what we set up for last year, which would be the city clerk with the deputy city clerk right underneath that position. Full-time equivalent 2 employees, same as last year. The city clerk's statement of mission goal statement is then listed on the next page, on page 44. And then we get to page 45, which is the budget for the current year. That budget is the budget for last year. The budget for last year is $210,503. The proposed budget for this year is $228,528. This is one of the departments where we adjusted some salaries to meet the salary survey. There was a few departments where we had some positions with some issues that we adjusted in the base budget itself. And this is one of the departments where we adjusted a salary based on current requests from council to do it. So there's a slight increase in the salary in the budget in this department. Any questions related to the city clerk salary or city clerk budget, or any questions? We do have Kara on. We don't have Robin. She's out in an excused absence right now. But I'm sure we can ask Kara, and if Kara doesn't know, she can get Robin and get us answers. So anybody have any questions for Kara? Okay, no questions there. Okay, Mayor, up to you. That was everything that we had on the schedule for today. We can finish up with questions, or we can start tomorrow's if you want to start tomorrow's, or that's your pleasure, whatever you guys want to do.
I'm going to ask for a consensus of council if they want to carry on for another, let's see, it's about what time now?
It is 2:45.
Yeah, you guys want to go to about 4 and take, maybe we can get rid of some of Thursday's stuff on tomorrow and possibly not even have a big long day Thursday, but it's up to council.
I can go till 4.
It's up to you, Mayor. You're the mayor.
Let's go to 4.
Okay, so the next department we will be doing is utility billing. I just checked. Lee is on here. I believe I saw it. Lee, are you here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. And Susie's still on here. So let me figure out what page are we on next, Susie? Utility billing is where?
71.
Page 71?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Which is little tab 21, if anybody is looking for the tab numbers.
Misty's here.
I've been here.
Okay.
That's right.
I was hiding.
You've been working hard.
Yes.
Okay, Misty, Susie, Lee, who wants to talk about utility billing?
Lee.
Hi, y'all. I'm new to the city of Lamarque. I started in March. Would y'all like for me to go over the goals and objectives first?
Yeah, let's start. So on page 71, the org chart, you'll see that it is the same as last year. There's no changes. No changes on the org chart.
The maintenance tech, the meter readers, is that considered?
Except we move the maintenance tech meter readers underneath this department because that's the department that they work with. So they're not new positions. It's just reorganization to get them more appropriately where they should be.
Mm-hmm.
And now you can start on page 73, Lee.
Okay, so our goals and objectives are for 2021 will be to enhance departmental website, excuse me, update operating procedures, create utility billing manual, enhance our census AMI reporting to help minimize water loss by establishing internal audit procedures to capture discrepancies in a timely manner. We will also want to enhance the collection on all outstanding utility billing debt, improve reconciling procedures on sanitation with waste management. And then our 2020 accomplishments was the completion of the AMI project. We also did our cash handling training for staff, and we did digitize some of our processes within the department. We implemented collection processing on old outstanding balances.
Okay, anybody have any questions over those? Okay, so looking at the budget on page 74, and I'm going to blow this up. You will notice, of course, the budgeting. There appears to be a budget increase from FY20 to FY 2021 on payroll and all the items up there, but that was simply a transfer of those positions from basically under Public Works to over underneath utility billing, which is where they actually work. But it was not an increase overall in cost to the city. Lee, did we increase anything in your department besides changing that?
Not substantially, no.
Yeah, there's a few small things. Professional fees went up just a little bit based on some changes in due subscriptions, but everything else pretty much stayed right where it was at.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
Flat.
Yeah.
Now, Chase did.
So any questions on that? I want to kind of pick up on a couple of things.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Mayor.
I want to introduce myself to Lee. I've seen her in the drive-through when I've gone by to sign city documents, but I've always had my mask on, so hi.
Yes, sir. It's very nice to meet you professionally. Or, it's hard. It's hard to shake somebody's hand. And I'm from the old school where when you meet somebody, you always shake the hand. And it's very hard for me not to want to do that to everybody I've met.
It's been difficult, but you're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so for most of you on council, this is the first time that you've seen Lee, unless you've been through the drive-through. She started 2 days before we locked everything down, the day before.
No, I started March the 4th. So I think I was here maybe a week and a half when everybody was left City Hall. So it's been quite a ride, but I love every minute of it, honestly.
Well, it's a pleasure, Lee. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Lee came to us with a wealth of good experience, and she's done a good job since she's been there. And once we can have some more face-to-face interactions, I'm sure it's going to be. I'm sure you guys are going to see what we saw in her when we hired her.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I want to point out a couple other things. So, Mayor Pro Tem, you brought up a question a while ago about the losses in our system when it comes to water. And if we've addressed some of those, and so the AMI project, as she mentioned there, the AMI project was completed this fiscal year. We have that all that in place now, and they're starting to do the audits and all that as we go. That 60% number, of course, was a number from a few years back. We've had some pretty major replacements, some stuff that we fixed that was in really bad areas that we knew we were having a lot of loss, and we did correct some of the meters, corrected some of what that perceived loss was as well, because the meters were not working correctly. So that 60% loss, part of what was calculated in that 60% loss was miscalculation on meters as well. So our the meters not reading accurately as well. So we have captured some of that, and that's why we've seen the revenue stream change over there with that as well. With that also.
Yeah.
And that's all really good stuff. But there's another issue that's coming up right now, and it's something that you guys need to be aware of. It's something we're trying to figure out how we're going to address. And when this COVID pandemic first started, I instructed the utility billing department to not disconnect services as people first started getting laid off and everything first started going bad. We told them we're not going to disconnect anybody in the middle of a pandemic. That'd be the absolute worst thing we could do. I asked Lee to run a report for me. I think it was right at the end of last week that we sat down and talked about it. And at this point, we're at the point where about 7% of our utility accounts are getting to the 90 days past due or longer. So we're not for a lot of these people, they're not out of the woods yet. Obviously, as far as economic impacts from COVID. My concern with that is, we've had the additional money that people have been getting on unemployment. We have all these other benefits that are starting to run out now. And if they've not been paying their bill during that time, what's going to happen now that they don't have that additional money as well? So what we're working on right now is we're going to send out a letter to all of our accounts that are 90 days past due or longer, and tell them, they need to talk to us. So we need to start coming up with some realistic plans on how we stop the bleeding. Something that, they need to start making a partial payment. They need to start doing something so those balances don't just continue to build. And then at some point they're so far behind, they're never going to get caught up. So we're working on putting that letter together right now. We'll get something done where we can get it out to them and start some discussions between them and the utility department about what their status is and where we need to go and what we can do to help them and try to get some of that slowed down or stopped, or help them figure out some way to get back on track.
Tink.
Yes, sir.
Can we write off any of those uncollected funds with any of the CARES Act money?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. That's something we can sure look at and see. I'm unsure what we can do with that, but I will sure check into that and see.
I just feel like with Congress playing ping pong in Washington, D.C. with this deal, as far as stimulus and helping folks and unemployment, it's kind of a kick in the gut to get a letter saying, we know you're hurting, but pay or talk to us. And if there's any way we can help the people get through this, rather than giving it back to another entity, I think we should probably investigate that thoroughly.
We'll definitely look at that. You and I talked about this last week. There's been a number of cities similarly situated to ours. CARES funding, there was two different classifications on CARES funding. There was counties with a population over 500,000 and counties with a population under 500,000. The counties with a population over are counties like Harris and and Bexar County and Travis County, where you have an Austin or a Houston or a San Antonio or a Dallas or a Fort Worth. Most of the rest of them, like us, were under the $500,000 mark. Well, in the counties that had the populations over 500, their money was all given to them directly right off the bat. There was no provisions put on them, no anything. They were given their money and told, here it is, you can do whatever fits into the 6 categories that are eligible. Counties under 500,000, we were given the 20% up front, and then everything else is based on reimbursements. But we were also given some very strict limitations with the 75-25 rule that the governor put on the money, that 75% had to be directly tied to medical expenses. You couldn't do other things with it. There has been a lot of mayors that have submitted letters, comments to the governor saying, you need to remove those arbitrary restrictions you put on the smaller governments. There hasn't been a whole lot of talk out of Austin about them doing that, but I also heard last week that there was a bill dropped in Washington that would basically instruct the governors that they could not do that. They needed to disperse the money as it was dispersed from the federal government, and as long as you could show that money fit into one of those 6 categories, because you're going to have to go through an audit, and as long as you can show that it fits in one of those 6 categories, you can expend it at your local level. Yeah. And so I'm hoping that we'll see some steam gathered on that pretty quick, and we'll get the full release of the rest of that, because we already know we could be spent over. If you include what EDC spent in the business grants, we've already gone over our full allocation. So if the limitations, the 75-25 limitation weren't there, we've already expended more money than that. And in the bigger cities, they use the money for stuff like that. They use the money for business grants. They use the money for all kinds of different programs to help people. And because of the way they limited us, we've not been able to do that. So we're hoping that we'll, especially with this, all the discussion ramping up in DC right now about the second round of stimulus and how it's going to go out and what it's going to be for. I think we may see a provision in that stimulus bill that requires limitations put on governments, on local governments under the first disbursement to be removed. And that may open up the door for us to be able to do a lot of different things. And this may be something we can do into that, but we'll sure look into it and find out.
Thank you.
Hey, Tink.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to get back, drill down a little bit into this discussion about water loss. And I want to ask you some questions and just kind of get a quick answer so that I can get to the point. I heard you and Ms. Barrera say that we are just starting to do an audit. Is that a water audit that will determine the amount of water loss that we're experiencing in Lamar?
Short answer to that is it will give us that answer, yes.
Okay, so then if we're just starting that audit, how then did we come up with this figure of now we're no longer losing 60% water? Now we're losing 30%. If we haven't done an official audit yet, how did we come up with a 30% drop in our water usage?
Well, there's not an there's not an official number. That's an estimate based on the fact that some of the big issues that we've replaced that we know had an impact on our loss. It's knowing some of the bills that we've looked at before, even before Lee was here. Some of the billing that we looked at before, where the numbers were very different. We had some people that had large water uses, and when we put those new meters on, of course, they immediately started complaining because their bills went up. And when their bills went up, it was because the meter was actually registering how much water they were using. So we don't have a set number. We won't have a set number. But as I talking to Den about this when we first started talking to Gulf Coast, he estimated that based on what he had seen with what we've replaced, and with the meters and with the extra sales that we've seen through the meters, he estimated it at 30%. So it's still an estimate, but it's not anywhere near what was anticipated before.
Yeah, and I say that because the 60% figure that we got from an official study. It was given to us in a special presentation, and the citizens were able to see, to understand, and to hear those the results of that study. So I would feel more comfortable. I know that some of us on this Zoom have thrown around this 30% number, but that is not an official number. I don't want to report to the public anything that is not official. At this point, officially, we're still at 60%, which will continue to provide focus for this council to continue to look at infrastructure issues. I like the fact that you all have estimated. I know where you're going with it, Tink, and I'm glad that we're moving in the right direction. But some of us are throwing around numbers that I think that aren't official, and that can be problematic if this audit comes back at something other than 30%. But let me ask you this. I got one question, and then I got a comment that's associated with something that the mayor said. Just really quickly, what is the normal water loss in a healthy water delivery system in a city our size?
It would be less than 10%.
Less than 10%. Okay. I want us to keep that in mind as we move forward on infrastructure. That even though we have estimated an educated guess of 30%, we are still 3 times more than what we really should be. Now, let me go back to something the mayor said. And Mayor, I like what you said, and I really appreciate you for having a heart for the people of Lamarck and even attempting to try to alleviate some of those economic pains that are happening because we are experiencing a pandemic. But my question is, I agree with everything the mayor is saying, but my question is, are we charging people late fees, Tink?
Yes.
We have not waived the late fees, but when we get to the point where they come in and talk to us, that's always something we can talk to them about.
Okay, I agree with what the mayor says. If we can solve that issue that way, Mayor, thank you for that submission. But also, I really want us to drill down into a moratorium on late fees in this pandemic. As a council, perhaps we might be able to look at that in one of our meetings. Thank you, Tink.
Okay, thank you. Take a couple of notes here real quick. Okay, any other questions related to the utility billing budget or anything we've been talking about with utility billing? Okay, Lee, thank you.
Thank y'all.
Susie, the next one, public services, tab, or Misty, tab?
Tab 22, yellow tab, page 75.
Okay, so it's right after this.
Yes, sir. Oh, wait, are you talking about public services in general fund, or are you talking about utility lines?
It's the one, right? It's the one on the schedule for Tuesday, second one, public services, streets, drainage, and park maintenance.
Oh, street drainage? Okay, the blue tab 12. Page 51.
Page 51.
Yes, sir.
Blue tab number 12. No. Page 51 is public works. It's part of the public works budget?
Yes, the streets, drainage, parks, maintenance, Department 12.
Okay. Chase, are you on?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, let me get to page 51 first.
So it's
Okay. Okay, so this is the overall framework for public works here. As you can see at the bottom of the note that the 2 meter techs were moved to Department 21, which is utility billing. And then we have one position that's split between, those positions are split 75-25 between utility billing and general fund. Total full-time equivalents, 39.5 last year, 37.5 this year because we moved the 2 meter techs over to utility billing. Chase, you want to talk about your objective and your goals?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Goals and the objectives for Public Works in 2021. You know, the first off is that TxDOT I-45 widening project. This has been a headache, and I think we all know that with these water line breaks that have been occurring. Mr. Jackson and I have basically shut them down at this point, and we're having Israel oversee this project at 100% whenever they kick that off going forward. But basically monitoring and ensuring, you know, our utilities are safe, and that's the issue we've been having. They've been reckless and basically damaging our water lines often, and it's something that has to stop. The county street project, that will be a project that's coming up here soon. We don't know exactly when, but that is up to the county when they can get to that project. Another thing is developing a rating system, you know, for our streets and our sidewalks. Our streets and sidewalks, these improvements, that's something that I get requests all the time from citizens, and we do our best with what we have. But I think a rating system going forward we would be able to prioritize where our funds go to what streets and what sidewalks. Citywide drainage assessment and program, that's something that we all know about. Mary and Melody drainage project, that will be coming up soon. It's in the survey. Attica is currently doing the survey. That will be done, I believe, this week. So this project should be, I think, around May 2021, this project will be completed. So right before hurricane season next year is the goal. But that is a GLO funded project, so we're kind of at the mercy of the feds. So, you know, as we've been talking about our infrastructure, you know, initiate a multi-year program for the water and sewer line rehabilitation. Going off of that JBS study in the ARC water model, we have basically I think it's a 10-year plan of different lines and how much it's going to cost to replace all this. And it's, you know, it's millions of dollars, but it's something that Dan and I have been looking at, trying to figure out the best way to attack this. And that's something that we'll speak about later on. The wastewater treatment plant expansion, renovating the lift stations, and obviously complying with TCEQ, you know, regulations just to keep us, you know, in compliance with the state, something that our goals, obviously. When it's going to the accomplishments from last year, the Headworks and 6th Street pump renovation projects, the Headworks will be completed next week. This current storm kind of threw us off. It should have been completed this past weekend, but we weren't able to do it because of the weather. And 6th Street, that will be completed in August. Whenever the Headworks and 6th Street are completed, it's going to help us out 1,000 times better. We won't have sewer backups when we have rain. It'll also help with the drainage. When we have rain events now, our ditches fill up, and that rainwater is going into our manholes. So basically, our sanitary system is acting as part of, you know, the drainage. Once we have these pumps that can keep everything flowing, it's going to be, I can't wait for this to be completed. It'll be a lot of stress off my shoulders for sure. I'm thankful for that, for y'all approving that and doing this. I spoke about the Mary Melody drainage project. Yeah, the building C, that renovation was completed last year. That water line, JTM construction water line project was completed last year. Myself and Dan, we have basically set forth the multi-year infrastructure plan for the water and sewer line improvements, lift station improvements, drainage projects. The fleet is currently updated 100% through the enterprise program, and we completed a 10-year capital improvement plan for the Public Works Department. So one thing I left off here was the westward drainage project that y'all approved last month, I believe, and we'll be kicking that off as well here shortly.
Okay, one other thing I want to talk about real quick because Chase brought it up in here. as you all know, Friday night we had another broken water line by a TxDOT contractor. This is now that was the sixth such occurrence of that since this expansion project started. Before the night was over, we had the seventh broken line by the contractor because once we got it fixed, they tried to hurry and cover it back up and broke it again. So I sent a very blistering email to the project director for TxDOT. Told him those contractors were not allowed to come back into town until they paid us every penny they owed us for repairs, and until they came up with a plan that was going to stop this from occurring again. Him and I went back and forth for a little while in there, but now we have a full-time inspector over them that has full authority over their work. So if he tells them to stop working, they stop working. They are getting all the bills gathered up today. I know Chase has been working with Den and staff over there today to get all those bills gathered up and resubmitted to them today so they can pay us for all the repairs that they owe us for, and that includes lost water. That includes time for our guys and the contractors we've had to call out to fix it. And they're going to pay that immediately or we're going to pull their bond. And there will be no more. There's not going to be any more of this. We tried to work with them. We asked them. First time we told them, hey, you need to help us out with these guys and tell them to be a little bit more careful. After the second time, we told them, you're going to fix this or else. And so as of Saturday night, it was like, okay, we're done. So if those guys show up again and they're not following our rules, we will stop their work and we will tell them to leave our city limits. They're not coming back. Don't care what it does to your project. He basically emailed me back and told me, well, it's TxDOT right away. You can't tell me what to do in a TxDOT right away. And I basically emailed him back and said, it's inside my corporate city limits, and I will tell you what you do inside that right away. So they have backed up. They're meeting the demands that we put on them. And so we're sure hoping that we don't see this again. And it's pretty clear what's happening with these guys. They have no issues during the week when they would have to stay and work. But every Friday when it's time for them to go home, that's when something gets broke because they get careless, they get in a hurry. And they're just trying to get out of there so they can go enjoy their weekend. And I think 4 of the 6 main breaks at this point have been on Friday afternoons right when they're leaving. And then they always tell the TxDOT people it's because we gave them the wrong location for the lines out. They've been at home working all day long and never broke anything. And when they get out of the holes, when they break it every time because they're in a hurry.
And this was the second time they broke this one, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, same line. That they already knew where it was at from the last time they broke it.
Correct.
So we have given TxDOT an ultimatum on that if they want to see their road project get fixed. So hopefully we won't have to deal with this anymore because I know you guys get phone calls. I get phone calls. Chase gets ugly phone calls and ugly emails, and it's enough of it. I'm done with dealing with the TxDOT contractors. So hopefully we got that fixed. Okay. Any questions on their goals or on the accomplishments for Public Works? Okay, let's go to the next one. So here's the budget for this is for street drainage and park maintenance. You'll see that the personnel numbers up there at the top dropped off. That's because we moved those 2 employees out of there. We moved them over to utility billing. Everything else stayed pretty consistent in there. We did have to increase a little bit for uniforms, maintenance, and safety gear because of the increased employees that we had from last year. We didn't have enough in the budget for that. Let's see. Repair and maintenance, streets and roads. We did increase some for repair and maintenance on streets and roads. Try to get a few more repairs done throughout the course of the year to be able to fix a few more spots that if we don't keep up with them, they're just going to continue to get worse. So overall that budget went down a little bit because we moved those two employees to their department. A few slight increases in there for some specific line items, especially road repairs and maintenance, and the uniforms and maintenance. A total increase of probably about pretty close to $30,000 for those 2 items.
Mr. Jackson, the 2 employees are out of 22.
Oh, that's right. So how come we went down on our budget? Oh, I know, because before the personnel was covering temporary employees, and now we have permanent.
Now we
employees,
don't.
So,
right.
Yeah. Now we have permanent employees, so it's not costing us as much. That's why the cost went down on our personnel.
The extra help, yes, sir.
Right. So by getting those positions filled last year, we're actually able to reduce that in this year's budget.
Yeah, and one thing, Mr. Jackson and I were working on, changing up the org chart, but this pandemic and the craziness of 2020 kind of got in the way. So we will be looking at the org chart this year, making changes to it. I know Mayor Pro Tem. I know Mayor Pro Tem always has brought that up in the past, and that was something that Mr. Jackson and I were going to work on. It just, with all the other craziness going on, it kind of got pushed back a little bit.
Yeah, Chase, Mayor Pro Tem stepped away just for a moment.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions on page 55?
No, thank y'all. I'm excited about this really aggressive projects plan. It's good.
Misty, line or tab for utility line maintenance?
Tab 22, page 75.
22, page 75. Okay, let me get there. That's not it.
Next page.
Next page was. That's it. Come on, Misty.
75, sir.
Okay, this is the one that the 2 meter.
Yes, sir.
Meters came out of. Okay. So for, and I do believe so on our utility line maintenance, we did take the 2 employees out and move them over to utility billing. But on our line, so on our line maintenance fund, the budget did go down, but it went down by those 2 employees. We did have, so you'll see the big changes there on the budget 2020. It was 937,000. This year it's 720, and the majority of that was taken. That was taking those 2 employees out. Everything else, I think we remained pretty flat with what we were. We did change the fuel expenses a little bit. Our fuel costs have been lower. So we had a budget of 45,000 for fuel, and we dropped it to about 34,000 because we have recognized lower fuel costs, and I don't think that's going to change anytime in the near future. So that was that we were able to actually reduce that part of the budget a little bit as well. Everything else I think stayed the same, pretty close. Repairs and maintenance equipment. Go ahead, Chase.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. No, the one I was going to bring up, the one thing is the 4040, the professional fees. This is the account when we do have, the water line, the sewer line collapse, and when we have to call out a contractor in these emergency situations, that is why it went from 100,000 to the 229.
Right. So that's basically an additional line item. That's an additional line item that's in there where we can make repairs. Unfortunately, I don't know how many emergency repairs do we have to do this year, Chase? Do you have a rough estimate off the top of your head?
Right around 10.
Okay, so
right
let's say,
around 10.
Probably averages out to pretty close to 1 a month. And of course, we still have a significant amount of sewer lines around town that are those old clay pipes. We had a couple of those in particular this year that collapsed that were very difficult to replace. Basically had to bore the whole thing because they went underneath a house or underneath a building or underneath driveways or whatever it was. So we couldn't open cut to replace them. And then what you normally find on those old clay lines is once they break, you can't do a spot repair because if you cut the line, even if you go back a ways from where it's broke on both sides and cut it, those things are sold and they've been sitting on the ground for so long. If you disturb them in any way, they just break where you cut them. So it's almost impossible to make a patch in the middle of those. So you normally end up replacing an entire section from manhole to manhole. A lot of times is the only way that you can actually fix them. So we had a couple of those that were a little bit higher cost this year. Like one of those one of those projects, or those two projects compared to everything else, were significantly higher than what you would see on other emergency repairs. So anticipating until we get a chance to get the rest of this infrastructure updated some, we're probably going to continue to see increased emergency repair costs. That was why we put the extra funding in there for this next year to make sure we have enough to cover it.
Chase?
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem's back online with us if you wanted to repeat what you said earlier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem. When it comes to our org chart, Mr. Jackson and I know you brought this up in the past, and that is something Mr. Jackson and I were working on. And due to the pandemic and the craziness involved, we weren't able to make the changes before the workshops, but that's something we will make the changes this year going forward, and it will reflect in next year's workshops. I just wanted to bring that up.
I appreciate it, Chase. I know that you guys have been working under unbearable conditions. I have full faith in you, and I have faith in Tink that y'all are going to make it right. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so any other questions on the utility line maintenance budget? Okay, and I think the next tab will be water and sewer operations, or water and wastewater, or we'll say it the nice way.
Yes.
Okay, so again, here on the personnel line items, we have a slight decrease in the amount because we're not utilizing the temporary help. We have full-time employees in those positions instead, which we fixed in last year's budget. So we're actually able to reduce that line item some. Supplies, we're actually able to reduce a little bit as well. On repairs and maintenance, you want to talk about that 3010 line item, Chase?
Yes, sir. Yeah, 3010. This is all the funding that goes into our wells, to our lift stations, to our plant, making the repairs, keeping the upkeep. As we all know, the infrastructure is old and the pumps are old. And what we're doing now with the headworks in 6th Street and all the lift stations, this is going to help out tremendously for the future in these repair and maintenance costs. Right now we're just doing our best, keeping everything going until these projects can. Once these projects are completed, I think we're all going to see a huge number in calls going down, requests, all kind of issues that we do have right now. They're going to go away from these projects. So this just goes into just keeping up the upkeep with the plant, the wells, lift stations, everything else.
Okay, so just pointing out down there at the bottom, if you look at the bottom line, it's about it's a significant decrease from previous years. Part of that is because we don't have the 5-year life assets, the capital outlay in there that we've historically had in there, because we are doing all the work with the bond. That's kind of superseding that amount for this year. So we did put some additional funding into making sure we could keep repairs up with the stuff that's not getting replaced immediately. But we did take the 5-year capital outlay out because we have a lot of improvements going in under the bond.
And Mr. Jackson, this is Susie. Also, line item 6011, purchase water GCWA. Please, you and council, if you guys need us to bump it up, how much more, let me know. I just put 1.3 million in there because I don't know what's the end result of the buy-ins and all these other negotiable items. So it's just a placemaker for now. But what we have in the budget right now is 1.3 million for purchase water.
Right, and I think right now, until we know a little bit more about what's going to happen with Gulf Coast, I don't know that it's going to do us any good to change that or not change that. Obviously, once they have their meetings and they make a decision on what they think they're going to try to do, we're going to have a special meeting and talk about that some more. So I think for now that placeholder is probably fine. I just don't know. I wouldn't know what to recommend until we find out what those yahoos are going to try to do.
Yes, sir.
Any questions over the water, wastewater operations budget? Man, we're just blowing right through here. Let me see if I got.
Hey, Mr. Jackson, do you want us to, Dan and I, to speak about the water loss and everything Thursday?
Yeah, I think we're making up enough time. We can probably add that in, and we can start off with a presentation on Thursday morning.
Okay.
Because I think we're going to get through enough that we'll have sufficient time on. We're going to have all kinds of time on Thursday. So,
yes, sir.
Why don't we plan on doing that Thursday morning?
Okay. Yes, sir. I'll speak to Dan about it.
Okay, we can talk about it after we finish up today.
Sure.
Okay, let's see. Charlene, you're on.
Yes, I'm here.
Let's go ahead and do emergency management. Amy's not here, so we'll have to skip the library.
Okay.
We'll catch her tomorrow. Misty, tab 4, big tab, little tab for
Tab 16, page 60.
Tab 16. So big tab 1, little tab 16. And it's
What page for Misty?
60.
60. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna get it up here on the screen here pretty quick too. Okay. You want to start there, Charlene, on page 60?
Okay, yes. We have no major changes to the emergency management budget. We leave it static from year to year unless we have an event, which we would like to say no events coming. Currently, I am the coordinator and Kyle is the deputy coordinator for the emergency management department. We have had no changes to this budget.
Okay, so the actual budget itself is on page 63.
It was reduced by about $500. I'm sure just to help balance the budget, but we have no needs that are unmet at this time.
Any questions? Kyle, you paying attention?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Misty, tab number for IT?
Big tab 1, little tab 13, page 56.
13.
Misty is on it.
Try.
Okay, Kyle, you want to start on page 56?
Okay, let me get that pulled up real quick. Let me see. As y'all know, we added a building maintenance tech this year to take over, for me to take over some of the facility maintenance, like replacing light bulbs, AC filters. I pulled them under, I requested them under IT to help with running cables and doing large scale projects so that I could concentrate more on public safety type systems, and the IT tech would focus on city services and city departments, and then the maintenance tech would be a helping hand for any large scale projects that we would need. So you can see that on there on the org chart. That would be the position that was added this year. And then on the budget itself, a lot of it stayed the same other than the increase due to the extra personnel that's actually being paid for out of the IT department, which is that maintenance tech. And then we increased like operating supplies and tools because this is a new position and we knew we'd have to buy some tools. Sorry, I think I lost you. Ladders, drills, specialty drill bits, anything like that. And then think that's it. We did increase our operating supplies. Some of it is due to the maintenance tech being in that department as well now, along with purchasing some extra storage to save city data, because we're having to back up a lot of department data. As you know, the PDs, a lot of PDs are more digital, body cameras, in-car cameras, things like that. They have their own storage server, but we still like to keep backups of a lot of it in case anything fails on their backup system that we put in place, that we do have another copy of it. Other than that, I believe that's pretty much the same, unless y'all have any questions or.
Hey, Kyle, I have a question.
Okay.
So what is the young man's name that is your maintenance assistant?
Garrett.
Yeah, Garrett. And he brought the food today?
Yes, sir.
He did a great job. He came to the door with his mask on. I had my mask on, but they didn't put the names on the outside of the sacks. So he said, I don't know what's what. So I said, well, this is what I had. And so he goes back out to the truck. Felt so sorry for him. And he came back and he said, sir, did you have a piece of pie? And I went, yes, I did. And he says, just one moment. And he goes back and he gets it. Apparently they put the names on the boxes. And anyway, he was very polite and he did a great job. And I appreciated him doing that.
Yes, he has been a great help, especially since all the COVID stuff hit and a lot of people are working remote, myself and Vinny included. We're trying to work remote as much as possible. So when there's certain things that arise, we can get Garrett to run over to restart a server or run cabling in a department that they're all working remote for that day. And we've been able to use him for a lot of small miscellaneous jobs because he actually was hired about less than a month before the COVID hit. So he's still learning a lot, but he's been a great help.
Yeah, fine young man.
Thank you. I'll pass that along to him.
Yeah, I'm glad he didn't eat my pie.
I'm glad he didn't either.
Any other questions? Any other questions on the IT budget? Yes, sir, Mayor.
Yes, sir. You wanting to keep going?
We can. I've got Amy on. I think we can probably get through library and development services legal by 4, and then that'll give us a good starting point for tomorrow. So if you'll go to tab number 8, page 46, we will do the library. Amy, are you ready?
Yes, I'm here.
What page again? I'm sorry.
Starting on page 46.
Thank you.
And Amy, I'm assuming you can see the pages on your screen there and you can start whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir, I can. Good afternoon, everybody. We don't have any changes in our organizational chart for the library this year. Our staff has remained consistent and we anticipate that it will remain so in fiscal year 21. As far as our goals and objectives for the coming year, one of the things that we want to try and do is help serve the community that are helping their children in maybe a homeschool environment for the first time. So that's where we want to continue to improve and update the technology offerings. Also want to continue along with some of what the other departments are doing and getting some specific guidelines in line for the library as far as policies go. We were able to maintain our accreditation with Texas State Library this year, and I want to, of course, do that again this year. I wanted to do continued staff involvement with some of the larger community events. I had this goal before it looked like some of those events would be canceled this year, but I still want to maintain those contacts with other city departments and working together on those large community-wide events if possible. And as I mentioned, I'm proud to say that we're accredited without any issues this year for the state library. We were able to maintain some of our contacts with some of our community groups, including largely the Galveston County Food Bank and the Cambrell Foundation. We were just starting to work with the Juneteenth Planning Committee when things got closed down. We have a wonderful program on our system where we can see how much our customers have saved by using the library instead of purchasing books or DVDs. And so we ran that report, and they saved just over $200,000 as of the end of May. Also, we're excited to report that we used some resources and time to spruce up the library at the beginning of the pandemic. And so next time you come to visit, you'll see a fresh coat of paint and some nice rearrangement of our furnishings.
Amy, could you talk a little bit about the virtual tutoring and how you guys see it actually operating and unfolding? I think it's really exciting.
Yeah, at another library where I worked previously, we had an online system called Homework Help, Live Homework Help. And students could log in at set times 7 days a week and get live trained tutors to help them with whatever subject area in whatever age range they were looking for assistance in. It was a wonderful program. So when Mr. Jackson asked me to start looking into programs that the library might be able to do to help support the community in their homeschooling endeavors, I thought about tutor.com or a similar program, because that way we wouldn't really have to reinvent the wheel. It's already there. We can plug our community into using it with our library card, and we can do programs that kind of complement that, maybe doing some take-home STEM kits, continuing our summer reading kits that we're doing this summer, but then focusing more on the STEM kits for the school year. So that's what we're looking into. I think the tutor.com will be really good. It serves children up through adults. And so even customers who are looking to take college entrance exams, it will serve them too.
Okay, so the way, ooh, so cool. So the way it works then is by virtue of our citizens having a Lamarque Public Library card, they get to use our account and sort of log in using their card, and then they're connected directly with a tutor. So it's like we're not really doing anything other than providing the platform.
That's correct.
They can, okay. And then it's real people that they're then in touch with?
Yes.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm. So I think that would be something that, and the company that I got a quote from is vendor.com, but there's also another company called Brainfuse. So I'll be looking into them too to see what services they offer and, see which one would be best. But
okay.
And when you're looking at the budget for the library, that line and the third set down there, the 40/40 line item professional fees, that's the money that's in there for the virtual tutoring program.
The virtual tutoring, that was the main thing I wanted to add this year. As far as increasing technology, I'm also looking into some laptops that we can check out, getting about 5 of those that people can use out in the park. for instance, and also looking into some Wi-Fi hotspots as well.
Yeah, I really like that idea. I very much like the idea of our library, which already exists as an educational hub, really finding the way to meet as many people as possible as we enter into the new school year, with such gigantic question marks. This is a cool start.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Anybody else have any questions related to Amy's budget? And while you're looking, I just want to throw in, during this pandemic time, Amy and her bunch over there have been very innovative in some of the things that they've done over there, trying to maintain outreach and understanding that not only are they a place, that they're not just a place for people to go check out a book. That for some in our community, they are their social interaction. For some in our community, that's the height of their day is having interaction with somebody at the library, and they've done a lot of stuff to try to make sure that people still were able to have access, but that they took care of and checked on their main people that utilize that facility, and so they took advantage of the time to do a lot of internal housework with the painting and the other stuff. And so when we do get to the point where we can open it back up, it's going to have a fresh new look to it. And they've done really good with their time over there and staying on top of other things they can do with the curbside service, and looking at things like this, and looking at like the virtual tutoring, looking at things like having technology that's accessible to the citizens that they can check out. Just trying to stay out in front of all this and trying to help people as much as they can. So they've done a really good job through this whole nightmare we've been dealing with.
Hey, Amy.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Doing a great job.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any questions for Amy on her budget? Okay, Amy, sorry for the short notice. Thanks for jumping on and being here to answer questions.
Of course. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, one more. If we'll jump to page 25. This one's going to be fairly easy because we just basically did this one a few days ago in the council meeting. So 25, this is our development services legal department now. So what is in your proposed budget obviously is going to be changed to what we talked about the other day. So what I'm going to do is before we finalize this, going into before we present a final document for approval, we'll replace section 3. This is under your little tab 3. We'll replace this section with what we talked about in executive session the other night. It'll have a new organizational chart, and we'll show the budget lined out in the way that we talked about the other night. In this, our new director for that department will be starting on August 10th. She's already accepted the position. And we will have some interaction with her. She's going to start working on some stuff beforehand. But she will be full-time officially on August 10th. And we're working on the code on the inspectors, as we talked about the other day, trying to get somebody in here as quick as we can so that we can keep our inspections rolling and not get behind on the inspections. But I just wanted you to know that this packet that's in here for tab 3 will basically be taken out and will be replaced with what I showed you guys the other night in executive session that you guys agreed to. So any questions on that department, or do you want to, I'll get the supplemental packet to you before the end of the day tomorrow so that we can have it in there in your books on Thursday morning when we start our final day.
Tink.
Yes, sir.
Hey, the developmental services director portion of this proposal is named and hired by you, correct?
Correct. You were correct. You guys will appoint that person as a city attorney.
There you go. I wanted to make sure that there's a point of order so that that the council will continue to adhere to our charter. I'm glad that you beat me to the punch. So you're thinking
already have the resolution being drawn up for that.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions related to the Developmental Services Legal Department? Okay, Mayor, the rest of the ones we have on here, I don't have anybody online for those departments, and they're going to take probably a little bit longer. So can we stop here and then kick off in the morning with code compliance?
For completely personal and selfish reasons, yes, sir, very much so. We'll stand adjourned until 10:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you. See y'all. Have a great night, guys.
See ya. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the hard work.